What's there to talk about? Undefeated season, Super Bowl champions. I mean, has any other team shut out all their opponents during the regular season and through the playoffs in the Super Bowl before? Oh, no, really? We're the first one? Oh, well, that'll be a fun trivia question going forward. Next question. I'm a decision maker. That's what I do. It's not my fault the rest of the league can't keep up. Blame them. I really blame me, because I've raised the bar super high. My first decision? Lock down my franchise QB. Caleb, what I'm telling you, big guys, I love you.
You want to know how you know I love you?
Because I'm giving you all my money.
Good use of funds.
Size, athleticism, IQ, chill under pressure. Caleb Williams is permafrost. We've done the focus groups, we've done the straw polls, they love it. It's permafrost. Look, I'm not some indecisive GM without a plan who's just gonna pull a 48-year-old quarterback out of retirement just because I can.
Vince, you're checking on that backup QB gig.
How many touchdowns? The answer is yes. How do we stop this? Yes. You're my guy and you're in.
Thanks, Vince.
All right, great seeing you.
Building something special here.
Not a chance. Cheryl! We got a red one in here. We talked about it. It all starts at the negotiation table. Lucky I like to talk. No. I'll find the money, Jacob. Trade requests, extensions, holdouts. Leonard, there is an I in win. And there's also an I in Vince. A lot of pageantry. You totally did the right thing. You're fired, but you handled it well. Bye-bye. And you gotta have a deft touch with this stuff.
Works for me.
On the field, I like to score. Call me crazy. I'm a scheme guy, though. I don't just run the same play over and over just because it works. JK, I do that. Everyone's excited about what we've been building. We're 6-0, so I just expect to go to 7-0 and 8-0 and 9-0. My favorite scheme? Get the ball to the money players. The NFC's real hungry.
Golly, what's a feast without a little gravy?
But defense wins championships, so I stole an all-pro corner from an unsuspecting casual.
He called me brother and then ripped me off?
This gig is all about keeping your emotions in check.
That's our best player!
Demand a trade? You were talking to Vince Vaughn, ain't you?
Well, Vince has been an unbelievable GM. He's new to this, but it appears to be Vince's world, and we're all just living in it.
You can never get comfortable in this league. That's why I prefer to stay 6 steps ahead. Since you can't predict the weather, I turned the temp way down. Everyone copied that one. I also created a whole new menu, Chicago dogs only. It was nice to be recognized. Last Sunday I ran nothing but Tampa 2 and take away all those drags you guys love to run.
Goodbye, drag rats.
I have no idea what's going on right now. He was the GM, now he's the coach. What's next? Vince Vaughn at quarterback?
I think it's important to get this out of the way. The rumors are true. I'm the coach, I'm the GM, and I will be playing quarterback.
Am I in on Vince Vaughn at quarterback? He's 56.
Nothing can replace just literal decades of life experience.
Decades and decades and decades.
This is a joke, right?
I can play till 56.
He's 6'5", he's a traditional pocket passer. The knees aren't what they used to be. I kind of want to see him.
You know, Caleb's supportive. We're going to have a spot for him, but I think he's just loving watching me play quarterback. I mean, we're a team. Everyone puts the team first, and that's why I'm running everything. To all the haters out there, do me a favor. Stick around and watch it. It'll be more of the same next year. Thank you again. Go Bears. Would you look at that? Do I deserve a statue next to Sweetness? I'm not saying I don't. Maybe you'll get one too.
Maybe.
Time to run it back.
I'm a child. Security James.
Joker Ape.
Southside Chicago to Northbrook. I don't know why you didn't lie. It was a problem every time I tried, but I'm quite right. Can't put a bullshit aside. I know I can accept it any way that I can. Hopefully one day I can be your man. I try for whatever it can be worth. Just remember I never played you first. Girl, you know what it was. We had that real shit before it was love. Every damn time I try to step up somebody, I'm fucked it all up. I was the one standing there. You was the one I wanted from the first. Just remember when this pain is worse. never played you. I moved from the south side Chicago, the Northbrook code. Different streets, different faces, different stories being told. I ain't seen it right away, I was guarded as hell. Southside in my blood, you can probably tell. Then I met two girls in the whole room change. You ain't look at me funny, you ain't treat me strange. We talked all the time, hung out every day, laughing about dumb shit, letting us say the one who was the first one there when that new life hit. Had me thinking maybe Northbrook wasn't all bullshit. Phone calls late night, inside jokes on repeat. Walking around like friends with that teacher Randy. I wanted to ask you out, had the words in my chest, but every time I tried, life can't fucking with the test. Somebody step between us, something killed the vibe. Bad timing, wrong moment, same pain. Every time I get close and pull back, cause the moment got wrong. I said you owe me, I said you lied, but you knew damn well what I felt inside. Knew you felt something, and if you play cool, we was young, we was scared, we ain't know what to do. I don't know why you denied. It was a problem every time I tried, but I'm alright. I can put the bullshit aside, I know I can accept it any way that I can. Hopefully one day I can be your man. I'll try for whatever it can be worth. Just remember I never played you first. Yeah. Girl, you know what it was. We had that real shit before it was love. Every damn time I try to step up, somebody else, so I fucked it all up. I was the one standing there in the hurt. You was the one I wanted from the first. Just remember when this thing is worse, I never played you first.
You was the girl I kept thinking about, even when I acted tough. I had that Southside arm on, but with you it wasn't enough.
You got past the attitude, past the jokes and the pride. Had me wanting something real, but I kept that shit inside. Cause I didn't wanna ruin it, didn't wanna lose my place, didn't wanna ask too soon, don't want you change your face.
But damn, girl, do you know what that did?
To be right that close,
But never cross that bridge.
we could talk for hours, could laugh like fools, but the second I got serious, here come life with new rules. A friend showed up, a rumor got started, a bad day hit us, somebody depart. Every time I had courage, something blocked the lane. Like the universe itself was addicted to my pain, became that one name that don't lead to mine. A what if ghost that keeps walking behind.
Girl, I ain't mad, I just remember too much. The way we used to talk, damn. The way we almost touched. The way I look at you and hide what I meant.
The way I go home pissed, cause the moment got spent. Now years go by, but the memory still breathes. Northbrook night still stuck in my dreams. Southside kid trying to learn new ground. First girl I met had my heart locked down. I ain't writing this big and ain't chasing no past. Just had to tell the truth, cause the truth still lasts. You was the one that got
Away before I even had a shot. The one I almost had, but somehow never got.
and maybe that's life, maybe that's the curse. Maybe love shows up in time and makes it worse. I still wonder if you ever knew how many times I tried to find the words for you. And boom, something happened, some bullshit came through, and I'm back in my head, still stuck wanting you. So girl, if
you hear this, let it burn, let it hurt. I never played you first.
I never played you, you didn't lie. It was a problem every time I tried, but I'm alright. I can put the bullshit aside, cause I know I can accept it any way that I can. Hopefully one day I can be your man. I'll try for whatever it can be worth.
Just remember I never played you first.
Girl, you know what it was. We had that real shit before it was love. Every damn time I try to step up, somebody else done fucked it all up. I was the one standing there in the hurt. You was the one I wanted from the first. Just remember when this pain gets worse,
I never played you first. Southside, Chicago to Northbrook. First girl I met, first one that made that place feel different. You know who you are.
you was the girl that got away.
Security James.
Joker Ape.
I never played you first.
Welcome to the AMC Ape Cage.
Welcome. I thought you would have a good. I thought that commercial was absolutely hysterical by Vince Vaughn. I don't know why. It was just. I thought it was hysterical. And I thought everything was going to be a great day, especially in Chicago. You know, you got Caleb Williams, who's the first Bears player to ever make it onto Madden. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, I mean, everything's going great. And then shit. Literal shit. And it just fell. I found it on the floor. It was right there. A big pile of shit. Who started it? Our governor. Who ended it? The mayor of Chicago. And if this doesn't look like an absolute conspiracy when it comes to just sports in general, but a team that, one, started the NFL, two, has been in Illinois for over 100 years, and you say bye-bye and make them walk out the fucking door to Indiana, of all places, where there's no, like, economic revenue whatsoever. None. Zero. Where they're going, they don't even have people that live there. They have to build up an entire economy where the Bears are going to be going. Kudos for them if they want to go ahead and deal with it. But, I mean, we're coming up with names to now name the Chicago Bears. We're thinking the Gare Bears could be one of them. Huggies could be another one. But, yeah, you'll hear my dum-dums of the week because they're going to relate to that. But they're both hilarious, by the way. Matt, you had a lot of work today.
Yeah, they kept me there.
Hey, at least, you know what? At least you got snipped and you were able to go home and, kind of relax. Just a tad. Eventually. But if you have to...
Because they didn't need to keep me there. They didn't need me.
And you're just probably sitting there like, at that point, you're just like, okay, let me pick my nose a little bit.
I'm doing the volume guy's job. I'm like, it's fucking 7 o'clock. Fridays, you don't start volume till 8. So I'm like, all right, I'll do fucking volume. Let the other two guys cook, even though we're only getting like 3-4 checks at a time.
That's stupidity at its finest.
4 checks by my fucking self.
That just sounds like stupidity at its finest.
It's just them. It's just them being jerks.
They
don't do it to nobody else. Everybody else can fucking go home.
They're just mean. They're so mean. I don't like them. They're just too mean. See? I redeemed myself, didn't I there? I told you guys. I literally broke this fucker down to, here's voice changer. Here's PA. Here's my mixer. I broke it all down and then built it all back up so everything was routed perfectly into it. Oh, yeah. I had a fun time.
So am I working now, or am I getting thumbs up or thumbs down?
Oh no, you're good, dude. I'm telling you.
All right.
I mean, if like I said, the word of thumb that I learned when doing all this is that if I can't hear it and I'm the one with everything, then don't mess with it because it's you. I can only help so much. So it's everything's great from that standpoint, but I had a fun time with and I'm a tinker toyer type of person. So this way, when I get like a project like this, I go, ooh, I'm so happy. And I love it because now I'm focused on something. I can waste my time and everything will be great. But while I was doing all this and making that music video, I decided to go ahead and, peruse through DMs and just get, do some research and actually answer your guys' questions. Because I think that's what Fridays are going to be good for moving forward, is that you guys have questions throughout the week that sometimes we're able to get to when we have a space call, sometimes we're not. So,
like today's NASDAQ bloodbath.
Oh, yeah, that was a bloodbath. Same with crypto. Same with
everything.
Everything. I mean, you name it. It was a smorgasbord of just absolute bull. But I do think, and history always proves it, is that, especially when they try and say or try to get something done real fast before a weekend, or, they've been talking nonstop about the stupid ceasefire. I mean, stupid. It's stupid. They're not going to get it. And at the last second, they're going to be like, oh, no, we want our nukes. They do it every time. I think that's the last thing that they've really had to get done, and they do it every time just to say, "Oh, well, we got to start over again." They do it. I mean, am I wrong? I mean, if I wish I was, but like it's
Well, I mean, it's stupid for us to pretend like they're not basically just ruining the credibility on purpose.
no, but still, they have to be doing. I mean, if it looks like shit, if it smells like shit, I'm pretty
Well, I don't
sure
know
it's
why
shit.
people keep buying into it with the market.
Oh, I'm not buying into anything.
I know you're not. I'm talking about Wall Street.
Oh, they're doing it to put on to do their show. I mean, that's the sparkle. I mean, they have to do the sparkle. It has to. Oh wow, hi. Like, I mean, they have to put on some sort of a show.
I
Don't
just
worry.
want to know: is it the war that's doing the market, or is it the market that's doing the war narrative?
I think it's Dutch door action. That's what I think. I think it's both sides. Oh, both sides? Oh, Danielson, both sides. So there's some things that like I did want to, kind of talk about. And don't worry, Hayden.
One thing I want to point out though, for
Mhm.
people with AMC,
Yeah.
you have to look at mark to mark close, day to day, mark to mark close, week to week. We've been higher. End of week, Friday, week to week. Not
I
as high as our highs and stuff, but we're still higher. Still higher
oh, there. Yeah, you're getting way higher
the
bottoms.
market goes, market close to market close. And on longer time frames, week to week, close to close.
No, that's what I was going to say. Do you know who was talking about this also today? And I really started just out loud crying, laughing. The unmasked investor.
Is he unmasked now?
No, I'm calling him the unmasked investor because he doesn't have a mask anymore. It's the unmasked investor. But the one thing that I did learn, and when he was, I didn't learn anything from him. But the one thing I did learn is that all these, I'm just going to call them ass bags, because every single one of them just come back when AMC is doing something or about to do something.
Yeah.
And listen, I totally believe that technical analysis is about as credible as a horoscope for men. But if you are looking at a chart, this is the one thing that I will tell you. And if you look at it between now and I would say roughly around October, you have a huge pile of just fuel that's behind AMC. And
you got to zoom out when you're looking at it. You can't just look at the minute to minute.
No.
You got to go to hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, day, week, month.
Because if you're looking at it from like an hour, 2 hour, maybe even 6, doesn't matter. You are looking at a pile of zero, and you have a better chance of picking your nut hair than actually understanding what AMC is really going to do. But that accumulation and actual fuel that's behind AMC right now is huge. Huge.
I can tell you for sure they needed to fucking kill that weekly inverted
Oh, yeah.
hammer.
Not even a
The
question.
last thing they needed to print is a fucking weekly inverted hammer.
No, and I totally agree with you. But like still, it's, technical analysis is great when you're going ahead and you're actually planning for something later on down the road. Because it can show you lines, it can show you where it's going to go based upon whatever's accumulating or the projections
It
that
can give you a trend, but it can't tell you how it's gonna.
no, it's never going to tell you because you have no idea. No, I don't have an idea. I'm not even going to try and guess because there's no point. Because either if I'm right or if I'm wrong, guess what? There's still a George W. with 2 hanging nutsacks on every V.
I prefer to watch the volume cycles on the report periods and try to
No,
that way.
but am I wrong though? There, every single George W. has 2 nutsacks on each V, every time it presents
Why
itself.
don't you call it what it really is? A double
I-
bottom.
No, I can't do that. They're two circles. They look like nuts. They do that on
It's an
purpose.
inverted double top.
Yeah, it's still a nutsack. I mean, it's just a blatant nutsack.
But you can't rule out the bat sign.
I'm not gonna lie. That's really funny. Yeah, you tell Chaotic that one. Yeah, I'll let you do that one. That's just hilarious, by the way. Go to our group chat. I'm sorry, girl. I'm laughing. I really am. But hand pink waving. What does that mean? Hand pink waving? Okay. I don't know what that means. But anywho, here what I was going to talk about recently and of course I'm going to talk about it because they've been talking about it for fucking 4 years anyway, but the negative carry trade and it crossing the threshold that everybody wants to know about.
Hold on. You got to hit the sound effect.
Which one? Oh, no, because I disabled, I had to literally recycle. I have to get all the sound effects back. So we'll do that next time. I wish.
Right, well,
but
hold on.
Dong.
All right, go ahead.
So we are at $160.30. What does that mean? Well, that is the threshold for USD to yen. What does it mean? Well, basically that they have an overabundance of our treasuries. They can't, even if they put them out in the market, no one's buying them. Why? Because we can't even pay for our debt.
Did you see the strength of AMC's bonds?
Oh, they're huge.
They're up to like fucking $98 in premium on only like 6%.
I wonder why.
The 27s that are.
Hold on. I wonder why. Oh wait, they're worth something? They're actually valued correctly? They actually have a thing called money that backs them because they see the value in it. Unlike our treasuries.
And the thing to remember is that the 27s aren't collateralized.
No, but that doesn't matter. It's still
they're not even secure. They're unsecured secondary notes.
But that's the whole point. You're sitting there and you're seeing strength. You're seeing strength and value. And that's what's appealing, the most appealing for anybody that's in the bond market. Is during the roughest time, what is going to look good? Because there's still the old adage that, okay, shit's going on in the stock market or everything's scary in the market. I have to protect myself and my money some way. Okay, I'll get some bonds. They may be boring, but you know what? I'm going to get some bonds. And there's a reason why. It's because that's historically has always been a safe asset to buy.
Well, they paid forward on interest servicing in that.
That's fine.
So now there's a full year interest gain on forward sale. You don't have to pay forward any if you traded them now.
That and you know what? And that's fine. And it's still, we're still on the up and up.
They only got a year term left.
Yeah, they only have a year term, and on top of that, I still think it's going to be way before that year term. I don't think we're going to be waiting that long.
No, they're going to pay that off.
Oh, of course they are. But I'm saying,
not
like,
with shares, they're just going to pay it off.
They have to.
It's only what, like 150 million, 250 million?
I think it's like 225.
Well, there's two sets. One's for May and the other's for August.
Either way, I still don't think it crosses like 265 or something. It's not that big of a number. It really isn't when you think of the total spectrum of everything and where all this shit is. Guys, there's literal shit. It's stuffed in couch cushions, in your pillowcase. Someone may have
They
cut
could just re-extend them, reissue the terms to 32, and just keep them out.
Yeah, they're not going to do that though. They're in a.
I don't see it.
No, they're in a position right now is if they were to be like post haste on like cleaning up whatever nefarious shit they have, that's really the setup with what is about to happen. That's where the fuel comes into play. And that's where your rocket starts. And no, I'm not talking about a specific number, and which I will get to here shortly, because I also found that one out when I was doing research today. And if you guys haven't noticed, when I do research, I'm very thorough because I have to be, or else I'm dismissed. They don't like me, and that's because I'm not sloppy.
You think before we get our next upgrade?
I could see honestly October, maybe September, late September. Honestly, either midway through the third or towards end.
After third earnings.
Possible. I still think like it could happen in October. It could happen beginning of October.
They know the numbers enough ahead of time.
Well, I think that's. I don't think they're going to be able to. I really don't. And it's not because of accumulation. It's not because of George W. and a hanging nutsack. It is all because they don't have a way to stop anything. If they go ahead and we're going to talk about SpaceX real quick. And I've told you guys before,
hold on, because I sidetracked you. You were going into the carry trade.
No. I went into the carry trade. I said that we were at 168.30 and that they have an overabundance of our treasuries, which they can't even. They put it out in the market, but no one buys it.
Does that have anything to do with today's bloodbath?
Kinda. I mean, they're worried about treasuries being dumped.
Or is it because the auction fucking in the U.S. buying back 12.5 million or whatever?
That wouldn't do much. We both know that would not do anything. When you hear a number that's being injected, when they say injected into the market, I won't bother.
No, I'm talking about the Fed being the biggest fucking crutch the bond auction, the treasury auction with.
I mean, that's either way. Doesn't matter. They even if they buy it, they're screwed. If they don't buy it, they're screwed. It doesn't matter. They're in a no-win position. Our government's in that. Japan's definitely in that. China's in it. Anybody that's asking China for assistance is in it.
Now they're talking pushing sanctions on Russia again.
Well, that's honestly the distraction. It doesn't matter. There's no way that they can honestly win. And I was going through all this, and that's why this is interesting to me, is that, okay, here's the negative carry trade. We're at USD at 160.30 to the yen. Great. That's the threshold number. But if you go on the list of highest owner of treasuries, of our treasuries right now, Japan is number one. And they can't give them away. There's only one way you're going with anything. Hey, Target. Oh, Target. Let me give you some money for Target. And now while you're at Target, let's just go ahead and let's just, you're going to buy a pair of shoes from here. I am not buying shoes from no Target. Just not happening. But listen, how do they have money? Let's look. I mean, literally, think about this for a second. We talked about tranches last week. And those tranches, there's no way and no affordability and no way that those contracts can leave anywhere. Or that whole thing blows up.
Nah, this is there's blood in the water. Everybody's going to be getting the exit on that.
No, correct. So, which brings me back to SpaceX. And the reason why SpaceX is so important are actually for a couple of different reasons. One major one in specific is the person that's basically acting as, Elon right now through either the trustee as a trustee or whatever the case may be. Some of those players within this, they have an IPO. Some of them have a super IPO where you get multipliers in there. So if any one regular investor says, oh, I'm just going to start dumping mine. Oh, okay. Now, number two, and Elon have the ability to knock off anybody that's really shorting them. They have no way to cover, not even close, because the multiplier, I think it was multipliers of 10x.
What's 10x?
For SpaceX. The super IPO, the super IPO that Elon holds.
Dude, it's like 130x.
Thank you. Even better. Off of fake numbers.
It's like it's over 200 times EBITDA.
Okay, so just to kind of give people an example of this, I'm a retail investor. I think it would be smart and wise for me, even though I don't have two pots to piss in, to be a shareholder of SpaceX. There's no way it happens. Now, the funny part is that the regular investors that are holding those IPOs, their first and only goal is to get out. They have to get out.
No institution's buying into the IPO because they already own the shares.
Mm-hmm.
They're already locked in.
Yeah,
30% of the IPO shares that are being marketed are through independent retail brokers like Webull, TD, Schwab, and
the ones that we uncovered.
They're trying to sell 30% off at IPO inflation prices on retail so that they can exit.
I like calling it a thoughtful wish. She sold you a thoughtful wish. Why is this?
Elon owns what, 80% of it?
82%. With multiplier.
Is that with Tesla or buys Tesla out later?
Who would want it? I mean, I don't want a bunch of wires coming through me. Yeah, no, get me the fuck out of here. I'll do the stupid fist in the air.
That's what everybody's saying. With the money from the IPO, SpaceX could literally
fund the entire market
Tesla under its own umbrella.
It would have to. There's no way they could hold it.
Dude, anybody still fucked short in Tesla is going to be really fucked.
That's not even. I mean, if you do real math, and we're talking about value-wise, this supposed, I don't know, super ultra mega glorified stock that this thing is, it's stupid. Especially if it's in a different language. I mean, I understand that, I don't understand that language, but like, they're still trying to kill you because they know what you know. And the best part about it is that it's not just oh, hey, yeah, like this is going to happen, which is going to cause this, which is going to cause that. No.
But it's going to scalp down before any of that happens.
Of course. It's going to look like a normal trading day, as I said before, but here's the most important part. Why do you give a shit?
I just don't like when the institutions draft more liquidity.
They have to, though, because if they don't have the liquidity, they have to manufacture it somewhere or else they don't have it. They can't meet their collateral calls.
Well, isn't that kind of what we're trying to happen?
That's exactly what happened. It proved that there was an overabundance of fake liquidity. And it kept on, whenever they needed it, they just came up with another great idea.
Yeah, well.
But that's all they
I'm
do.
waiting for the day that ideas run out.
Well, there is no idea. That's the farce.
I mean, how do you get a bigger idea than fucking IPO in space for
None.
200 times?
How about this? How do you get the genius idea of SpaceX when it has never traded before? Ever. It took 5 days to get on the end. That is absurd. Do you know what you just told the United States? Do you know what you just told every single government out there? Is that I'm dumb.
Here's the thing I don't get. You got T+1 for clearance. It's an FTD on day 3.
Mm-hmm.
You got 2 weeks till they even get a report out. Actually, it's 30 days for a new stock before any kind of fucking reports come out.
Yeah, but they're not taking in any of those reports for the goal that they should be.
I'm just saying, but you're gonna let it go into indexes and ETFs before it even establishes a market report base.
True, but at the same time, does it? Let's ask us the real question: does it really matter? It doesn't, because no matter what, if you think about this from just
it matters because they're going to use public funds to prop this thing up without even having any fucking information on the market.
But that's my question: is how? They're not going to have a liquidity provider. They're not going to have the Fed that's saying
they're not even going to have a fucking moving average yet.
No, but you don't get the SEC that goes, "Hey, shh, come on, we'll just go right to the basement. Come on." Yeah, that doesn't work. There's nothing that's hiding these guys, and that's the best. And I keep on saying it. That's the best part. We know what Andrew Leff proved from his court session. We're sure is right on the tails of the gas bag. You have to be. Because all he does is short and distort, and he doesn't even own the shares at all. Or else he would be fighting with you guys. Because he wouldn't know any better. Now
he's too busy doing interviews crying about the Andrew Leff.
Oh, Dad, I'm sorry. That was, I do feel bad because that was highway robbery. It really was. But it's just amazing that lengths of some people will go, especially the rich and powerful, just to go ahead and take what's yours and then call it innovation. Let's just call it innovation. It's another great idea.
Gasparino tried to fucking correlate a connection between what Andrew Leff is doing and how it's shouldn't be illegal because retail Twitter feeds can say whatever and it doesn't matter and some of these accounts
he doesn't
blah 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 blah. It's
he doesn't know the difference between his thumb and an asshole. You put him on a call with me for 10 minutes, I will make him cry. And I will make sure of it. Because he damn well does not understand. And his only defense, oh my God, you're just retail, you're just crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, no. He is the dog in Duck Hunt. Morning, everybody.
Sure to make a point though to say that.
I know, but morning, everybody.
Job, I do not get into individual ETFs or individual stocks. All my stuff's in money markets, bonds, and ETFs. So that I have no conflict of interest. Well, I'm sorry, but ETFs are the exact fucking liquidity driver that 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 moves equities. So.
Man, I want you to take your index finger and your thumb and then just like put it over your lip and then just do. Did it do anything? It shouldn't have because it was fucking pointless. That's there's no reason for this. And you can't say that the American people don't know. They absolutely fucking do know.
And the thing that I don't get either is that they try to sell this narrative, yet they also try to sell the same narrative that they control the stocks and they control the flow and they control the buy sell ratios and they control the ATS and the ticker tape and the price movements and the spreads and the buy fills. Right.
Sure. Don't you worry, Matt. Sure.
So how can any of us fucking manipulate a stock if they're the ones in control of the price matching?
Well, you see, it's like this. You know, I'm just gonna take this and nonchalantly go.
The thing that fucking Andrew Luck was doing is he was actually calling the trading desk at the market makers and telling them about the articles he was going to put out before he put them out.
What do you
feeding them
expect?
with fake inside information.
I mean, but honestly, what do you expect?
In order to affect the market maker trades.
What do you expect? They have to short distort. They have to do all these tactics because they're fucked. All of them. And I'm not trying to be like rude or anything. I'm just being honest. They're screwed.
I'm just waiting for the rest of the ants and NASDAQ numbers and the DTCC number reports to come out.
I will tell you right now, inflated, not real.
It's sealed. It's already guaranteed sealed to the court. But
I'm just saying
you'll know because of the cause and effect what that information caused.
I think it'll be redacted. Maybe some sort of sorcery story. It's a sorcery story.
But it's still going to have an effect on the outcome of that case. And from the outcome of that case, you'll know what the information reveal.
I don't think so. I mean, there's no way that you could justifiably say that this is the cause of it. Yeah, I mean, you could
you'll
pick your
know
nose.
by the settlement if they end up settling out of court as a result of the discovery.
That would be dumb. And the only reason I say it's dumb is not because it's MMTLP or black or whatever. It doesn't matter. I could care less. My point in all of it is that it's not innovation. It's not anything you create. It's what you steal. And the amount of what you steal is what's important. Not the how. Not the who. How much. And how fast you got it off their books. That's sick.
It's not just that; it's how many parties are colluding in the facilitation of that theft.
You know what? See, Matt, that's why
total RICO.
Matt, that's why I love you, buddy. Because like you think the perfect times to just go ahead and let me just dump in a nugget real quick. Here's a nugget. Here's some research nuggets because these research nuggets are great. Why the Virtue discovery fight matters? And before we go into the full report, which we'll go into at some point, I don't know when. We're just talking. We're enjoying ourselves. Virtue Financial founder Vincent Viola, CEO Douglas Sifu, and other insiders this thing is like, this writing is just really small. So just bear with me. Other insiders is now moving forward into discovery. The lawsuit brought by the Iron Workers Pension Fund in Delaware alleges that Virtu, complex harming outside shareholders. To be clear, these are still allegations. This is not a conviction. This is not financial industrial. To be clear, and all these allegations, the convictions, the final judgments, and the court docs allowed key claims to move forward or onward. And here's the beauty part. That means that all of their internal documents, communications, corporate structure, buyback mechanisms, insider benefit. Let's say it again. Inside benefit. I made a funny. Ha 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 ha. So the best part about this is that he's such a moron. Oh, I'm going to have this on my bike. Oh, let me take him on my bike for a ride. And you get in trouble. And so now he has evidence of those particular things, which I find really amusing. And do you know why I find it really amusing, Matt? I'm just going to tell you. ETFs are a big reason why.
100%.
Because what does that open up? Just in general, if they find nonsense and fuckery in that option chain, Doug Sifu and what's the other guy's name? Vincent Viola?
Yep.
They're going to be hung by their nuts in Guantanamo Bay, being told that they're going to have a cocked meat sandwich while getting hit by one of those paddles in cricket. That's exactly what's going to happen. Because they have nothing to fix it with. And around and around and around we go. So, and that is where this connection directly to the bigger and it guides you right to the bigger question. And this is the question that you, retail, has been asking for years. If this system is clean, why is the trail hard to find? Or why is it always machining? Why is there a trapdoor everywhere you look? Why is there no lock on a window? Why is there no railing on the back
of the seat? It's so hard to get the information when it's all digital computer fucking with algorithms that can fucking trade on 100 millionth of a fucking second, but you can't fucking document and locate and put together the fucking information reports on that information.
You have a better chance.
They can't fix this shit.
You have a better chance of finding Jack and his beanstalk. One of those beans.
I mean them. For them to pretend like
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to pretend like it was excessive and laborious, and they would need more time to get all this information together and all this shit. It's like,
really, I could do two
records of it. You're supposed to keep records of everything.
Please call me as I would love to play prosecutor in this just for fun because I'm really good when it comes to fucking debating.
Let me use an example.
Go ahead.
We use Google every day.
Oh, the Googie machine.
Yes. What do? You go to the search bar, you type what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
How long does it take Google to put up a list of fucking shit of
forever
stuff that's associated with the one sentence request that you type in that bar? And it pulls up everything from the fucking internet that has anything to do with that. But you're telling me that it's too hard to get all the fucking trade data.
Of course.
That's in a fucking drive.
Of course it is. You know, it just... No, it's not in storage. It's on fire inside the storage. on steel shelves that jump.
They can get rid of the paper. They can't get rid of the digital footprint.
No, they can't get rid of the paper because the paper has to be on the jumping shelf that knocked out a sprinkler system. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounded?
Not as ridiculous as them loading it up in dump trucks still on fire.
But it's you can't make this up. Now here's a funny problem. Let's just
you're the contracted cleanup crew, and you got all your heavy equipment in there, and they're telling you you're gonna load it up. It's on fire yet. I don't care. Load it up. Get it the fuck out of here.
Hey, hold on.
Buying me new trucks. Okay, fine. Just get it out of here.
I don't care. I don't care who you are. You can be Huey, Dewey, and Louie for all I fucking care. You are just dumb. And these talking heads are actually making people believe this. And when you can't put one with one, you have a problem. Not I, said the fly. You have a problem. If you can't put one and one together, if you can't follow some breadcrumbs, they're just being gently nudged in your direction. I mean, you don't want to know. And that's fine also for the people that don't want to know. They want to wake up and see a big ass fucking pile of money on their pillowcase.
And if a fish has one gill, one eye, one fin, and half a tail, is it still a fish?
Hey, let's play the match game. My brain hurts. It really does. I understand your question, and that was for everybody, by the way. Like, anybody could have answered that if they really wanted to. But it's funny how some people are just like, I'm cold. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, it is cold. You know, it's like 120. You're wearing a t-shirt hoodie in winter. And there's only two seasons in Chicago. There's summer and winter. There's really fucking cold and extremely fucking hot. There's no in between.
Sprinklers the open fire hydrant season and Eskimo suit season.
Wait, did you say fire hydrant? That's our word for the day. I mean, come on. If you read what they said about that warehouse, if you believe any of that hoopla that's out there anywhere, you just play dead. Slap yourself, something. I don't care. There's no reason for it.
That was like 5 different warehouses though through just that period.
I was literally watching 3 of them at one time. I was laughing my ass off. And then I saw, oh my God, Kamala's going to be in a speech with a commercial. I'm like, she can't talk to save her life. Hence why she automatically got the spot for Pucker Up Buttercup Hemorrhoid Cream. I really do like that name. I think that's the best business name of all of them. Pucker Up Buttercup Hemorrhoid Cream. That sounds just raunchy. Anywho, here's the part that's interesting about this. Is that the retail investors have been told over and over again that the market plumbing works. The collateral is there. The obligations are covered. And the system is functioning as designed. But angry investors ask the crypto path. I don't want to ask anybody from crypto. I mean, I don't need that. I mean, I understand how very, very scary. Oh yes. But like, a lot of this is just, you can't believe this shit. There's no way. They would never do this. When you actually think about it. Because do you know how many people they're really fucking over? They're fucking over people in their own clique. Like, I don't get it. But time to press on a little bit more. So, what obligation is covered? Whether it was tied to a real share, a swap, an option, a security claim, that is the data issue. So now, here's the data, what it shows. Collateral does not automatically, I believe it's make you safe or close to it, something along those lines. I could be wrong. I don't know. I kind of wanted the hat. But one of the biggest things and the bottom line when it comes to Virtu and when it comes to their power structure that they have within their organization, collateral does not automatically prove clean settlement. Settlement does not ease or erase any obligation. Citadel now, I don't even know what Citadel wants to do. I was here after the library closed. Wait. Okay, I'm done with my phone and the lift and the orders of nothing that have come zero. Anywho, there's no collateral for this, as I've been screaming this entire show. There's no liquidity for this. There's nothing that the bonds can actually post to actually give them any semblance of we're okay.
You start with the computer and some blank paper, and you type up a contract with.
Do we have is it a typewriter?
Well, you have to get the toilet paper roll out of the bathroom and feed the printer, because that's the kind of paper.
I mean,
and then you write yourself up a toilet paper contract.
Ding.
And you have some seal of approval on it to verify that it's got value.
Yeah, but there's no value. That's not a collateral. We have been pumping so much fake collateral into the system that I literally listened to my Uncle Jeff, and what does he say? The first thing, oh my God, my house value on my property is up $120,000. I'm like, how is that fucking possible? It was the first question I asked. He thought he was lucky. Like he won the lotto. I'm not playing.
Who was it? Somebody told me their taxes went up 100%.
Oh my God. And he wasn't scratching his armpits? Dude, that is just...
That was Kim at work today. She lives in the Coal Hills Mountains, right? She owns... Now, that's a cheaper... really cheap.
That's okay.
Right?
That's okay.
Like really old houses.
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, no.
Her house was worth like $60,000. Now they're saying it's like 120. And her property taxes went up by 100%.
I guarantee you it's worth more.
And her escrow and insurance went up by like 30 and 40%.
Then she's doing something she's evidently not supposed to be doing. If you're paid that much to go ahead and actually do that, oh my God, yeah. I mean, that's absurd. I mean, but so is the rest of the fucking clown show. I mean,
they upped the fucking pricing of the houses.
Primetime nuggets.
She also had a couple coins
because
of an old house that
my
she
headphone
had.
jack.
Water damage.
Literally shot out like a fucking cannon right there.
Too.
And it did it again. Motherfucker. I broke it into my toy. Where is it? Special sauce. Where'd you go? Why is it doing that? Uh-oh. Hold on. Maybe that's why. Nope. Technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Am I lucky? Yeah. Now I can hear you. Sorry about that.
What happened?
My headphone jack literally like shot out of my like slot on my left part of my ear because I have to stand up. Like I can't like sit down the entire time. Like my knees. Oh my god. Yeah. I'll be worthless. I couldn't. Wow. I won't be able to walk. So none of
You
this.
went from getting hacked to getting jacked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want that. Trust me, I don't want to hear the word hacked or anything like that. And now, like, because of that happening, now I believe, like, it can happen. Before, I was just like, please, you're fucking nuts. And I'm like, you know what? They said this week, or they said, like, the last couple of days, like, they hacked, like, school systems. Forcing them to pay money for something before, like, any kid could go to class. It was some random shit. That's what was happening here. So, but this virtue problem, it really does scream loudly. And it shows that this structure, the overall structure of all of them, is not as clean as what they say or preach or tell Congress or senators.
Best markets in the world.
Yeah. If Virtue's structure was clean, Discovery should help clear the air. But if the buyback machine was being used like an insider ATM, then the case becomes another example of why public investors keep demanding records, transparency, and accountability. Because the problem was never just the trade. The problem is the hidden structure behind the trade. And when the public cannot see that tracks or see what tracks, it's fair to ask one simple question. Did the train complete the route, or did it disappear into Wall Street's basement? There's a hint, hint, wink, wink to that. Because that points to this one thing that was just renovated. Matt, do you know?
Well, the SEC.
No. What was just renovated?
Oh, the White House.
No. One more. He had my old favorite in that building.
They talked about a new FBI building, but I don't think they ever did that.
No. We were on the right path a minute ago because they've had renovations. They did There you go. Bat tank. Bat tank. And look what they're building. Oh, it's just a train. Did it go into Wall Street's basement? Gee, I wonder. Just like all those Fiji numbers that were tied to Ethereum that were basically...
They needed the construction in order to hide the dumb tunnels that they're drilling in order to get them to their bunkers.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That is 100% truth. And do you know what? You said one thing that made perfect sense even to me. And it's time to make fun of some people because that's what I've wanted to do all day. Hence, it's my favorite segment, Dum Dum of the Week.
In the shadows of the city where the lost souls creep, I'm the king of the gutter. Watch me as I read. Yeah, this is my kingdom. Welcome.
Welcome to the timeline. Fire parade where your brain took a day and never got paid. With your galaxy brain emoji, talking big like a TED talk from Temu. Screenshot squad, got your post on free. Frame by frame of your dumb disease.
Perfect. No, we are not doing this again. Not another one.
Take a photo, blank every word you drop. Makes the whole room stink. Dum Dum of the Week. Yeah, you hit that low. We don't need a script, it's alive.
What's going on?
Yo, I'm a dog that's fast.
He has no idea, does he?
Not a single clue.
You read one thread, like a prophet with a loaf of bread. Arguing ghosts in a common war. High-fiving yourself like you just kept score. Every take harder, every
So, what exactly makes you an expert?
Hey, Dum of the Week, loudmouth, no breaks. Every post you make is a pile of mistakes. Dum Dum of the Week,
Got a lot of likes.
crown king of bad taste, never backing down.
Where did you do your research?
I did my research. Like a critical thought type of whole essay saying absolutely nothing at all. Source, trust me, bro. Reviewed vibe, no threat by imaginary.
There it is.
Pulled down like it's blackjack night, holding 21.
That's not research. That's not how this work works. He said X. He really said X.
It makes sense to me.
Confidence beats facts.
You really believe that?
Yeah, it feels right.
You're the star.
Oh, this is incredible. I can't do this.
So your entire belief system comes from one post?
It had a lot of likes.
That's your evidence?
With the negative charge. Every coin you touch falls apart. Calling robots while you're fighting. You still yelling.
You can't just believe everything you see.
We absolutely can, apparently.
You're overthinking. This is basic thinking.
No, let him cook. I want to see where this goes.
It's really not that
Who got cooked by their own damn post? Who still bragging the absolute most? Who keeps digging that logic grave?
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Alright.
You cope, you rant, you choke. Every reply, just another bad joke. You twist, you shout, you glitch, you bout. Whole chat laughing, calling you out. You swear you're right.
This guy again?
Lose in the morning, lose at night. You reload takes that already died. Frankenstein logic. It's done with pride.
This guy is completely wrong.
Headline disgrace, every bad opinion flashed on your face. Yeah, you own that throne, built it out of nonsense.
Told you.
Sit there.
I'm basically a genius.
Don't ever listen to we need like wow. Keep it coming.
That's actually impressive.
Yeah, you
Stop talking.
absolutely nothing paper crowd.
That's your dumb of the week.
Oh my god!
I can't do this anymore. In the
Okay, trust me, there are some things with AMC that I could be dumb about, and there's been a bunch this week. Specifically, like, with me, just because I decided to go after certain individuals and companies that do a lot of market making, and they say that I don't know what I'm talking about, but yet I gave you a list of everything, and guess what I'm going to do just because you questioned it? I'm going to do it again. And there's a reason why I'm doing it again. So I can rub it in your fucking face. And then to top it off, I'm going to have Matt give his opinions about it too. Why? Because I'm such a graceful host.
Oh, I also have a dum-dum.
Oh, that's even better. I'm going to do mine just because mine is just, it's, when you hear all this, you would think, how could you be that dumb? This is dumb. This is the definition of dumb. Okay. The Bears, the Chicago Bears, they brought in to the city of Chicago per season $99 million to $370 million in tradable or taxable ticket revenue. $6.48 million per year in rent to use Soldiers Field. Home games generate roughly $150 million to $250 million for the local metropolitan area. Are you kidding me? And here is the genius. This is the all-time I'm a Genius Award. And it's for Mayor Johnson in the city of Chicago. On Friday, the Bears announced that its board of directors voted to advance its stadium project in Hammond, Indiana. Following the announcement, there was a reaction from Mayor Johnson. While Indiana is willing to raise taxes and promise $1 billion in taxpayer funds, Illinois has focused on the needs of the working families who want relief at the gas pump, at the store, and on their insurance bills, not taxpayer-funded stadiums. Hold on. There is a mega project bill that would take care of all of that and had nothing to do with taxpayer money. Not one penny. It has been up for session for 2 years. The Bears gave them a hard deadline for this June 1st. If we don't have it done, we're going to Indiana, is what they said. And just to sweeten the deal, Indiana comes in and says, okay, you know what? I understand that you're getting a raw deal from Illinois. How about I give you just a little bit of juice? Because in all things, it's the juice. And is it worth the squeeze? And that is the main lesson in politics. Is the juice worth the squeeze? And let me tell you, the sweetener in this is the Chicago Bears owe $99 million to get released out of their contract with Soldier Field. And the state of Indiana said, we'll take care of that for you. Thank you for coming to Indiana. I'm a business owner. I am a dumbass if I say no to that. I don't have to pay that. I just made $99 million in profit for a state paying my bill to get out of my contract. And on top of that, I'm going to give you $1 billion. And in 7 to 10 years, you're going to own your own stadium. Own it outright. And all the profit comes to you. But in Illinois, you would have had to pay taxes pretty much for, 25 years before your family actually owned the stadium rights? Who's getting a better deal? Mayor Johnson, you're an idiot. And on top of being an idiot, don't worry, there's more. Breaking news. Italian beef has announced its intentions to relocate from Chicago to Indianapolis, Indiana, a Chicago staple since the Great Depression. Italian Beef cited high crime, corruption, and an overall unfriendly business climate as the reason for it leaving Chicago and Illinois. So the Bears leave, and now we lose Italian Beef? Why are these clowns in office? I really want to know. I really want to know. And here's the best part. This isn't done with just the mayor. Let's go to Governor Pritzker. I think he's probably the only one that may sound like he has a peanut for a brain that could run for a Democratic Party seat. He'd be the only one, I think. I mean, you tried with Pucker Up Buttercup hemorrhoid cream and Kamala Harris. That didn't work out too well. There's no way you could put Gavin Newsom up on the ticket. Look at what he's done to California. I mean, he just fucking leveled that state and the second largest economy in the world. Not anymore. Let's go on to this. Governor Pritzker spin that he was protecting the taxpayer is just one more stinky. Just one stinky JBBS. The Chicago Bears left because Governor Pritzker's Democratic political routinely screwed taxpayers with high and growing taxes. Chicago Bears just wanted assurances against getting screwed more. No can do. And that's why they left. And I don't blame them. I really don't. They're my favorite team. You guys know I'm a diehard Bears fan. I don't blame them. And this is their statement that they put out. And this is what they've been getting just absolutely hammered left and right by every politician in Illinois. And let me tell you, we have a record for politicians going to jail, period. And I'm not going to be shocked when it's going to be added to that list very, very soon.
How much do you think of a kickback is he getting to release them?
Oh, it has to be ginormous. I mean, he's loaded in himself. So is the family. But he had to have gotten something huge. And listen, nothing happens in Illinois unless there is my hands in the pot.
It's greasy palms.
Oh my God, it is terrible. But that's what politics has done. That's why I have always said, hey, if you want anything done, you got to grease the wheel. You got to give them something that they want, or else you're never going to get it. So yesterday, the Chicago Bears Board of Directors met and voted to advance our stadium development project in Hammond, Indiana, with the exact site to be selected. We believe a world-class stadium project in Hammond will transform the region, connecting Northwest Indiana to the south side of Chicago, through the loop and across neighborhoods and suburbs stretching north of the city, and it will bring Chicagoland together and deliver new opportunities to its residences and businesses. Thank you for understanding.
What are they doing with the old stadium?
It was owned by the Park District. It was never owned by the Bears. The Bears were the only team that rented their portion through the Park District.
What's the city going to do with the stadium? Just let it rot away?
Your guess is, and that was the thing with them not being able to build on that property, because Friends of the Park said you cannot tear down those columns that are in Soldiers Field because those are historical landmarks. Go eat a dick. I'm never listening to Friends of the Park. Ever in a million years.
Still, I mean, they could have went New York style with Yankee Stadium, just repurposed, remodeled it.
No, Soldier Field. No. See, Soldier Field in 2003 had a renovation, and they put this giant UFO saucer like on top of this concrete structure of pillars, and it looks stupid. It is the smallest stadium in all of the NFL. The smallest. 56,000. The next stadium, I think, is Pittsburgh, and they still have 74,000 seats.
Pittsburgh's the second smallest stadium in the league?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
At 74,000 seats.
Been
yeah.
there a few times.
But now think about that. 74,000 in Chicago, the largest market in football and the creator of the NFL, which is the George Halas Trophy, has 56,000 seats.
Are they relocating all the statues too?
I hope they do. Do you know what I really hope they do? I would laugh if they literally holding out their middle finger. Here's Stanley the Bear, their mascot, holding the middle finger, who just all of a sudden they just grab a bunch of hooks on helicopters and they pull Soldier Field out of the ground and just wave the middle finger as they fly it over to Hammond, Indiana. I would die of laughter. That would be the funniest shit in the world. Up yours, Friends of the Park. Hold on.
What would be funnier is if they accidentally dropped the bear statue right on set town hall.
It doesn't matter. Hold on. And you're just flipping the bird.
I would die. Literally, I could die tomorrow and be a happy man. Friends of the Park. Listen, that whole Bear Stadium was one of the greatest ideas that any architect could have ever come up with. It had its own, basically, grow house where they could go ahead and grow all of their vegetables. They had filtration systems that had, whenever it rained, that it would go ahead and it would actually, here's your water cycles for food. For food. In the city of Chicago. And recycled rain. Holy shit. I mean, and then think about and here's the business opportunity. But they want to protect taxpayers with the gas pump and with taxes and insurance. Come on. That would have given 74,000 jobs. Increase the bottom line. Now you're able to have Final Fours. You're able to have championships. You're able to have World Cup. You could have concerts all year round. Because it would have been a dome, not an outdoor stadium. Friends of the Park. Flipping the bird. After you, Matt.
It just seems like everybody's for instant gratification money in their pocket now, as fast as quick and however they can get it. Be damned any future. Doesn't matter anymore. This whole fucking system's crashing anyhow. So.
Oh, it's burning to the fucking ground. Everything is, but go on.
I mean, it's the buy now, pay later deal.
Oh, it totally was. It was more than just buy now, pay later, but it was, I mean, private credit, black holes, BIS, oh yeah, we know that there's trillions out there in taxable money that the United States owns directly. What? Wait, what?
Well, BLM might be looking for a new headquarters.
You put it right in Soldier Field. It would be perfect for them to be right there. Friends of the Park would like them. At least they can cuddle. I don't know what you do. But, yeah, the entire finance market is
I'm not
done.
Geographically, familiar with Indiana, but how far are they going to be from Indianapolis?
No, see, that's the beauty part. They're either going to Arlington Heights, which is 28 minutes to downtown, or Hammond, which is 28 minutes to downtown Chicago. Same distance.
So it's basically in the Chicago outskirts. But
so here, okay, you see that if you're looking at a map, here's the U part that basically here's Illinois. Now you're in Indiana.
Right.
You're on the opposite side of that lake. Looking at the Chicago, looking at the Chicago skyline.
I got you.
Literally 28 minutes. It's not. I mean, do I like that they're going to Indiana? No, I don't. Do I like that they're going to Hammond of all places? If you guys want to hear a horror story, just look at the city of Hammond or the town of Hammond. I mean, you drive past Hammond before, like back in the day. Oh my God, it burning pigs, sulfur. There's nobody that lives there.
So you're only halfway between Chicago and Gary?
Hmm?
Gary,
yeah.
Indiana?
Yeah, the Gare Bears. That's the new.
That area is a dump.
No, I know, and they have to. And that's the thing. I didn't think that it could have happened, and the reason being is because, okay, Michael McCat.
If you want to see a modern day post-apocalyptic area,
it's the Gare Bears.
Go through Gary.
Oh yeah, it's the Gare Bears. I mean, literally, you have to put on a gas mask and you can't breathe the air. It's terrible down there. But here's the thing. I didn't think that we were actually going to do it. And the reason why I didn't think it was going to happen was because Michael McCaskey's in his late 70s. And the next McCaskey, I think, is in the late or either early 70s or late 60s. They don't want to have to build up an entire economy.
No, they should go to South Bend.
No, but that's the thing. You have to be within Chicago because they are the Chicago Bears.
All right.
So now that's why I thought this whole thing was just a farce or just a, okay, we want to stay in Illinois. We're going to do everything we can to stay in Illinois. They're giving the world. Indiana was given the world. They were given a world. Here's a silver platter. We're giving it to you. Whatever you need. I mean, dude, they approved laws that have taken the state of Illinois 6 years to even look at. Indiana had it approved in 3 weeks. Everything the Bears wanted. 3 weeks to 6 years. You tell me who's right and who's wrong. That's the truth. That's what it is. It's whose hand is in what cookie jar. That was the only reason none of this passed. And why the Bears are about to be the Gare Bears. And people are pissed here in Illinois. You think that they're going to get votes? Oh, my God, no. And especially for Pritzker, who just kicked out the Chicago Bears out of Illinois and trying to play, we're trying to save you at the pump. I'll give you a pump. It's called lick my nuts.
That would be the kind of the equivalent of the Yankees moving to New Jersey.
It would be the equivalent of you going to the store and buying inflationary comfort cream. Just so ludicrous, so ridiculously ridiculous. Then there's no way you would ever buy it because you have a brain. That's what it is. Do you know how many jobs just got lost here in Chicago? Do you know how many people would literally did whatever they fucking could just to work it?
Revenue alone for the players working out of Chicago.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Not even a question. Dude,
you look at how much millions of dollars these players make in staff and coaching and all that. Right?
See, but it's so all of them
infrastructure behind it. All of them with taxable wages for the state are gone.
Gone. And that's the funny part.
They're not going to live in Chicago, pay Chicago taxes when they couldn't.
But
they're working out of Indiana.
I can tell you right. Oh, that's just here's a healthy drop. Okay, so you are taxed in the city of Chicago, so you pay 7.25 just in Cook County tax. Then you get taxed another 1.875 for Chicago on top of Cook County. And then you're charged to go to the grocery store. For every bag that you get, you have to pay 10 cents for a plastic fucking bag. 10 cents. And they raised it last year for some grocery stores. It's now 20 per plastic bag. But here's our mayor. Our mayor goes ahead and says, if you guys are starving, you could steal from our grocery stores. What? What are you talking about? This guy said that on live TV. Are you kidding me? When you had all those kids in the rallies and and that were going off and the Black Lives Matter and all that stuff, and they boarded up Michigan Avenue.
Well, yeah, and all the major national retailers moved out. They did it in Philly too.
But guess what? He said it was okay. They're just learning boys. What? That's our mayor. That's who we voted on. I'd rather have the hit squads from the Daly family. Those are a real thing. And history showed the Daily Hit Squad. But at least it was safe. At least you had something. I'm baffled. Absolutely baffled. I have no idea what politics are. I mean, I understand it's about greasing the wheel and whatever. I get that portion of it. But when you have your biggest cash cow, everything in Chicago is built around Soldiers Field. It was done on purpose. They were the flagship NFL football team. So everything is here's Soldier Field. Everything is built around it. You just lost millions of dollars on every single hotel that is built around Soldiers Field. All those restaurants, all those bars. Poof.
How far is that field from the Market District?
A rock throw.
Oh, so you still have that going for you.
It ain't going to be there soon, a lot longer. Why do you think it was there?
Actually,
Because
you do have a lot of firms moving out of Chicago.
but here's the now, but here's the thing. Then this is the problem, is that you had the metals exchange here in Chicago, and it was literally 7-minute walk to Soldier Field from there, right into your Cadillac Club seat in the box, in a skybox, that you had at your disposal whenever you wanted to go.
It wasn't even just the metals exchange, because you have the.
No, I get that, but I'm just talking about my experience. Like, literally, we had a box in the Cadillac Club. We could use it. We could go whenever we wanted to. It was a 7-minute walk. 7. And you had free parking. You just get absolutely bombed. Because our boss didn't care. He was just, here you go. Here, what treat do you want? Here, we have our own bartender in our box. I mean, dude, they're gone. What's going to be there? And don't tell me soccer. Center kicks it to forward. Forward kicks it to center. Center holds it. Holds it. Holds it. I'm not going to watch 3 hours of that. In comparison, an average play in football lasts 3 seconds. 3. Not 3 hours of a running clock. And they kick the ball back and forth. And it stays between, not goalpost to goalpost, it's from the outer box and outer box. And that's where the ball is the majority of the time. It's exciting when they shoot, but that's about it. Your cat gets it. He's even meowing about it. Meow. Meow. He understands. He would be a good therapist, your cat.
He's not much of a listener.
That doesn't matter. He knows how to meow. That's all you need. As long as you have the meow, you're good. Meow. Meow. I know I'm jacked about this, guys, but like it's simple. Team A generates X amount of money. Team A now leaves. Now, there is no Team B, but Team A leaves a deficit that is big enough to level the city of Chicago. Mm-hmm. See, the funny thing about that Cleveland episode, the Cleveland thing, is that they went to Baltimore, then they lay a blueprint for the Baltimore Ravens to be born, and then they run back to Cleveland. It was still the Browns. They owned the rights. They own the rights to the poo-poo. Yes, they own the rights to the poo-poo Browns. They reinvented. It was the Baltimore Browns or Brownies or something. I don't remember the exact name. But still, no, that's not the same. It's not the same equivocal factor because you can't compare the economics of it. The outlier in all of this is the economic impact. Because not even close to what the Bears bring. Not even close. No. Actually, no. I'm actually not. No, I'm not. I'm not. Hence, I'll give you a football reason, and I'll also give you an actual reason, but I'll give you both. So the factual reason is the Chicago Bears are the flagship team of the NFL. They have been in the NFL the longest, longer than any. They're older than any team. Any team. 108 years. That's how long they've been in Chicago. 108 years. They've lived through World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Cold War. They've been through all of those depressions, and they haven't moved. Not once. Them leaving the city of Chicago, the economic impact of that is billions. I wouldn't be surprised if it's trillions. I don't even think that long of a term, though, in comparison. Probably, I would say, I was going to say 3 to 5 is my guess. Because, listen, while the Cubs are the Cubs, I'm not a Cubs fan, I'm a Sox fan. The Sox are the Sox. It's baseball. Does it come near what football generates? No. Not even close. Basketball, same thing. The Bulls used to be good. We haven't seen good basketball since Derrick Rose. So that doesn't generate a lot of money. Last time we had a good hockey team was during the early 2000s. But hockey doesn't generate anything close to the kind of money that football brings. So, mm-hmm. Here I got even better. So, okay, you know how you have ESPN, you have like Comcast Sportsnet, and you have these stations that you can watch games on. Here in Chicago, if you want to watch a baseball game, a hockey game, a college basketball game, or an NBA basketball game, White Sox, Cubs, Bulls, or the Blackhawks, you have to get a special station called the Marquee, which cost how much is yours? How much is your Marquee? Because that's what ours called. Okay. So, but like, how much? Do you know how much it is? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that. Oh, wow. That's highway robbery. I mean, literally. Okay. I believe the Marquis $24.99 by itself. You probably have to get some sort of sports package with that as well. And if it does include ESPN, that means it also includes Discovery, Disney, Disney. Yeah, okay. So Do you remember like ESPN? Okay, if anybody watches football as much as I do, so like during the season last year, it was ESPN and YouTube TV had a dispute in regards to their contract of television rights. And while this dispute was going on, you were not able to watch Monday Night Football. Okay. You trying to tell somebody that loves football that they can't watch Monday Night Football, which is like the flagship game of the week, normally. Yeah, so you understand. Okay, so... Uh-huh. That's funny as hell. So here's how this works. So here in Chicago, you could go ahead and get ESPN, but you also had to get the Disney Channel on top of that. Then you had to get the Discovery Channel on top of that. For 3 channels to watch one football game a week was $89. $89 a month. One football game. $89 to watch one football game a month. They are. I'm going to lead you into something a little different, and probably something you guys never even thought of, is that everything that we talked about within that the report that we did on, Wednesday? Now we're redoing it for today, just in the, now we could give opinion on it. Everything that's tied into this is the reason why everything is getting so expensive. If anybody tells you that the markets are not tied directly into what you pay at the pump, what you pay in rent, what you pay in taxes, what you pay in anything, you're an idiot. If you think that there is no correlation between the market and that, because everything is tied into the market. If they are short at a huge level, that screws up everything economically. That's what started it. But what really started all of that was actually commercial real estate. And the reason being is because of COVID. That COVID was supposed to end commercial real estate. That can never happen. And the reason why it can't ever happen is because everything is so overvalued. That's the biggest problem. So when you have businesses like, I don't know, let's just say the Hilton, for example, because the Hilton in San Francisco, which is right off the beach, said they looked at their bill and they said, well, we're the Hiltons. I don't want to pay this anymore. You take it back. Bye. And left. Oh, yeah. It's my favorite. This is my new thing. I'm going to record this. It's called
Flipping the bird. Woohoo! That's it. That is the new button. Flipping the bird. Woohoo!
We're trademarking that. Literally, I am going to go through the licensing and trademark that. Just because. That is going to be, yeah, that's going to be its own button moving forward. It's that easy, folks. It really is. And you can literally go back and pinpoint every single fallout and why it happened and how it transcribed and how it started. And this is why it led to this. Listen, Michael Burry is honestly batshit crazy. You think he just came up with that on a fucking whim? No. He didn't come up with that on a whim. It wasn't like The Big Short and they just said, oh, hey, you know what? They wanted to look. No one wants to look through legal documents. I know I don't. I do it because I'm a nerd. But, like, I don't want to sit there and, like, if I'm told I have to do something like that, I'd be like, piss off. I'm not doing that. Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, but see, he was different. Same conclusion, different, but different way of thinking. He just went the easier route. Okay, it's real, and he says this in the movie. It's real simple. Is there a bubble? And if so, where can we find it? Because I have a feeling a couple of $1 million with these hedge funds, and they'll be all over this. So we better get on this now. Verbatim, exactly like that. Michael Burry did it in his weird fucking, I don't know. There's nobody that's going to, I don't know anybody. Yeah, exactly. Here's the guy. I don't know if he was an intern or like, oh, I really think I could help your fund, Mr. Barry, in the beginning of the movie. Yeah, no boss on the street is going to say, I want you to go grab all these tranches of mortgages, and I want you to read every single one of them, line by line, word for word. I want to know what's in them. No one is going to ask you that question. Not one. Like, I would literally bet my left testicle on that one. Because that is not going to happen. It's just... I find it amusing. I really do. And so... But all of this... Welcome to the free market funhouse. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the other thing, brown hole capital. I know they're not brown hole or brown capital or whatever they were. Brown hole. Listen, they didn't get the idea from them sitting in a waiting area at J.P. Morgan Chase, like they said. They said, well, this didn't really happen. But they also did something that nobody else did. And that was actually bet on the AAA tranche and the AA tranche. They weren't scared to because they already knew everything was full of just horseshit. Hence, how you can equate your situation with AMC directly to The Big Short, and how everything that's in The Big Short is exactly what AMC is, line by line. Everything that they talk about is the exact same thing. 100%. I'm not trying to make this simple for you either. It is exactly the same thing. Mortgages to stocks. No, but that's the difference. The difference is that you saw an issue with an equity. You saw what that equity could do if it had the right amount of fuel behind it. Now you take a match, put it by fuel, and watch how fast it rises. That's it. That's your science experiment. But the whole Big Short AMC equalization, it's 100% there. You can't dispute it. And the only difference is mortgage, equity. That's it. They both had depreciating collateral. Both of them. The only difference is that who's not going to make their mortgage payment? So, I mean, they thought they would have to pay their dirty bet because they were under their umbrella. That's not even the best part. Do you know what the best part about it is? Is that AMC is going to literally force liquidations on everything. Once it goes, goodbye. That's when you get to go.
Hoo-hoo!
That's it. It's real simple. But welcome to the free Market Funhouse, where the buy button vanished, the shorts got a microphone, and the plumbing suddenly needed a bailout. January 20... You're an asshole. You're just wanting me to get angry tonight. Yeah, evidently, you just want me to get mad. And the reason why you want me to get mad is because you know I'm going to interject about this. Because they are never going to get rid of paper. They can't. It's too flooded throughout the entire ecosystem when it comes to paper. That's why crypto is never going to happen. Correct. No, I get that. I get that. There's a huge difference, though. And this is where, okay, this is your guys' fight. If someone says, oh, well, they're just going to take their money and put it in stable coins, or they're going to put it in this, or they're going to put it in a piggy bank, and voila, it becomes multiples. The argument is for all of it, is that they're never getting rid of paper. They can't. There's no way, because they have to be able to falsify values. They have to be able to say, oh, well, this is what my appraiser says it's worth. So I'm going to go off my appraiser because I'm going to go off of him. And there's a reason why. Because that panel, that contract, that whatever they had negotiated for how many odd years that they were working together, that's always stayed in place. There's just more hush-hush. It is, you know what? Great. You know, that, yep, That was the whole problem with the NSCC and all of a sudden having a $3 billion. Wait a minute. That 3 billion. Okay, guys, that 3 billion was off of GameStop's 127% short interest number. AMC at the same time had 11.9. Think about that. It was only 3 billion then. Think about what you're going to do. And just imagine, you're sitting there. All of a sudden, boop, 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 boop. And it just keeps on going. What do you... Gas bag. Gas bag. If that. You had to. They had to. No, they actually had to. And they had to, and recently, and I know everybody is, scared shitless when they hear anything that says dilution. There are good types of dilution. Are they normally good for squeezes? No. Because scarcity. Correct. I was going to get into that, but because it's the same thing that it doesn't matter. The whole goal of Adam Aaron, he had one thing that he had to do, and it was real simple. Keep it alive until they can't float no more. Can you imagine the fucking what he has gone through? I mean, honestly, when you think about it, and I mean, I know I'm bitching about one guy threatening me and like stealing my money and all that. Can you imagine how many people fucking do that on a day-to-day basis? I mean, there are literal groups on X that absolutely hate that man. Think he's lower than Pond Scum. He's not. But it's nuts. I don't wish that upon my worst enemy. And this guy deals with it on a day-to-day basis. I follow him wherever he goes. No matter what. Period. That takes balls. Hold on. You got that's the horn. That's the winning question. That is the 100% right question. How can a IPO like SpaceX be able to trade only 5 trading days for inclusion into the NASDAQ 100 and the SPY with forego any type of indexing law, which it requires you to have a positive quarter and 3 consecutive positive earning quarters. So a full year. SpaceX. How about this? SpaceX by itself last quarter lost $4.9 billion. And it didn't make a dime. But they're pulling all this money together from a hat and saying, we're not doing anything. No, we would never do that. That's what they're doing. In broad daylight. So you're telling me over... They're just wrapping up and calling it, what's it called? That he owns the company. Because of total outstanding ownership at that point. It's forward collateral up based. So it would probably if retail does start buying this and like you see these over flooded messages come in on fucking X or wherever, wherever, those are your short and distort. That is that campaign that is going to be pushing that because your value on a devalued dollar, on a devalued everything that actually is worth something, you'd probably have better fortunes by eating a pistachio. Period. That's nuts. Because when you actually think about the actual collateral and how much it depreciates, just even in a year. And I don't care what, it doesn't make sense. And none of it does. Because there's no way that this can actually continue. How do they have money? And it's not like they're sitting here and saying, oh, I got $1. It's on a fish hook. Ooh, no, you were closed that time. They don't have this. You're talking about trillions, and I mean over 80-something trillion dollars. Oh, that's trillions. AMC is in the trillions. I don't care what anybody says. I did the math. I know it's what's in there. And listen, I've also been in a computer. I will tell you right now, there aren't little people that just mining for coins. I can tell you that right now. There's no such thing. They're just mining, mining for these digital coins. Mm-hmm. All of it. See. I'll give you a drone. You want a drone, Matt? I'll give you a drone there, buddy. Yeah, probably some sort of protection in case of any type of, if they have to force forfeiture or they had to go ahead and protect themselves against that trade. But I mean, oh, 100%. I'm not saying that there's not, but I guarantee you it had to have been for some form of protection, because if you even look at some of those purchase papers, like those documents for AMC, and like in the spots where they just said, "Oh fuck, I don't want this. This is a turd." Like property's just a turd on some of those theaters, and they were making not good revenue on those decrepit buildings, and I couldn't imagine how many of them were just boxed up and just empty. And that's bleeding money. It's just amazing when you conceptually think about all this and how there's no way that you could even come up with this idea. All of it. There's no way. You would have to have 7 years of experience, know exactly where to go ahead and structure based upon legal forms and legal entities and all the equity associated to them with calculations. And I'm talking about algorithmic quantum formulas that you could not solve ever. And these hedge funds have these guys at their disposal whenever they need them. I mean, but we needed that at that time. And he still proved it wrong. I get that, but yeah. Oh my god. The 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 douche. I mean, but still, like, when you conceptually think about all this, I mean, yeah, it's plausible, but it's wild. And even if you've been in the market for a while, like, they'll call you just, how did you have the balls to say that? It's amazing. I really don't know what they're going to do. But because now you got me thinking about this, and I'm thinking about this from an outside box perspective. And how are everything is layered like a tranche, from credit cards to real estate to commercial real estate to mortgages, retail mortgages. And then if we're looking at no. So now you have your government entities on top of that, which include VA and whatever other government program they have for that particular month. Oh yeah. But that is a very big problem. I wish it was the ultimate problem, because that would have given you the answer right there. Not even a question. And that is the biggest problem, is because when you look at all these markets, and I'm using residential real estate, but like in the terms that we're talking about, that means that it would basically be, a VA loan. Now, a VA loan, if you are a service member, you don't have a down payment. You don't need one. That's first. Well, they get what we call special privileges. That's what special means. But if you could if you don't have keys for this car and you want to drive it, it's yours. So come on down to Gavin Gavin's liquidation fire sale. Hurry on down. The prices are not getting any lower, folks. I want to know what like people are going to tell like grandkids what they're I want to hear this. I really do. Go ahead. I want to hear it. It's a good one. I'll give you some Fannie and Freddie. But that's because Guinea is based upon agricultural. And do you know how many places that? Yeah, but to completely different sectors. So you're talking about like a plot of land, a field, a prairie that can be at least cared for and both isolated. It's just it's another way for liquidity. How bad did it backfire? That's my. But why? But why do they want it? They can. They can. Absolutely, they can. But can I tell you something? Probably not going to. Because there's no way they wouldn't get caught. Especially by every single ape and apette out there. I mean, I know you got. Oh, I know. But... Oh yeah, for sure. Dude, everything is interconnected between each other. It all has been the entire time. And if you look at it from a number standpoint, okay, maybe one number's flipped or one's higher by one digit than the other. Can I tell you something? It doesn't matter. You're still going to get what you need, and you're still going to get on an airplane. You're still going to be able to fly. You're still going to do all that stuff. It's just you might have a heavier pocket. That's it. And the beautiful part is if you can sit on your hands longer than the next person, guess what happens? You make more money. Pressure never scared me. Ever. I am not scared of pressure whatsoever. I will be the last motherfucker to fucking sell. I'm going to make sure of that because I want 9 digits and I want a 1 in front of the area code before I even consider getting out. Survival of the fittest. You could say it that way. I'm going to say it like this. I'm going to step on their neck. I'm going to watch them bleed. And when I think they're done, then I'm going to just press a little bit harder. And why am I going to be so ruthless? Why am I going to be such a dick? Do you know why? Because look what they put you through. This could have been done in June of 21. Done. If they just let it happen. Instead, you saw the clown show. You saw the clown car. You saw how many people walked out of that clown car. I counted 23. You saw Jerome Mr. Burns Powell. You saw Janet the Tinkerbell yelling. You had your own commercial made against you. That is a badge of honor, folks. I don't look at it as a diss. I look at that as a badge of honor. Do you know why? Because yeah, listen, you made the government Securities and Exchange Commissions pay $48,000 for a commercial to mock retail. That is wild. Why do you think I can make all these stupid commercials? Because I find them amusing and funny. And I really like it when I tried to sell them to Saturday Night Live. Why? Because I knew they were never going to buy it. But I had to say I tried. This only gets better because everything in this report is multipliers. All of it. Each section, a multiplier. Add that onto the barrel. Now you go ahead and once you get to the BIS reporting of all this, oh my God. Listen, here's how bad you've been told. And not toe, but you've been told. Is that you have a debt ceiling of $40 trillion. Right now. That's not to mention the $136 trillion that's just floating over here. Mm-hmm. I didn't go anywhere. We've been waiting for you. No, I was waiting for you. No, I was waiting for you because I didn't have anything to talk about. I'm just sitting here, you know? I'm enjoying the time. It's Friday. Oh, no, it is. Well, you're going to because I want the opinions on some of these things, and I'm not going to. We're not going to go. Listen, I'm not going through this word for word like I did before. I'm going through this very, very precisely at certain moments and certain things. Reason being is because there's certain things that were said within this report that are very important to the total argument that we're talking about. So, case in point, that's okay. You get a pass for Dum Dum up until this week, and you can use them up until then. Okay. You know what Polymarket was really good for? Is they have the wildest spreads I've ever seen on anything. They do. You really need to look at their spreads just because. On the most random shit. Mm-hmm. What are the odds for 90 days? So if you won, let's just say you won that bet. So you mean for every $1 she got 101? Or what was it? I mean, that is a thoughtful wish that that's going to be right. Oh.
I'm good. Well, you see, it's like this. It's like this. You know, I'm gonna give you magic.
And hopefully something happens. It's a joke. Like that spread would you're telling me is 99 to 1? Imagine just being able to bet on a derivatives contract and getting a 100x multiplier on top of the ratio, on top of the spread that you get. Mm-hmm. Now think about it from the opposite spectrum. Because if you can win a shit ton, that means you should lose a shit ton. But they never have to pay. They blame it on you for not understanding market structure and call it volatility when it's not anything but. And they think you're retarded. But yet, so, and that's why it's the best public announcer of all time. This guy's got a heart of gold. His brother's a retard. He sings to him and paints him pretty pictures. Give it up for Scootsy Doubleday. Oh my God. It is just dumb. It was a good dum-dum. You know, like, I'm going to save that one for Wednesday. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save that one for Wednesday because that is really dumb, but it's funny as hell. And you know what? When you talk to your kid and like they are just dumb, like they do something dumb for, I don't know why. It was just dumb. I'm going to save mine for Wednesday because this is really dumb. But like I said, we're going to go over the important points of the sections. I don't want to bore you with everything on this because it's honestly, it's 46 pages that I wrote to deliver this. It took a long fucking time. I told you guys, this thing is long, but I have to be that way or else they will discredit it. If I don't explain one thing, then everything else is arguable. Hence why it took me long to write it. So, nothing to see here. Everything worked as designed. Well, if that was a design, then maybe the design is the crime scene. Because a real market does not get to call itself fair, while one side can keep selling pressure alive, the other side gets throttled. And the official explanation hides behind the settlement mechanics. Most people were never taught to understand. The average retail investor thought they were buying a stock. Behind the curtain, the machine was calculating the collateral, the risk fees, the unsettled trades, clearing records, order routing, and who had to post what by sunrise. It's a cute little casino, except when retail wins. Suddenly, the house remembers it has a plumbing problem. Now I want you to look at the crimes that have happened throughout the years. Like, think of the major ones. Do you really think they were that intelligent? If they were so smart, they shouldn't have been caught then, right? That's most of the answers. Should be right. So now we're going to go back and let's point to Citadel and let's point to Ken Griffin now. Directly. Because there's certain things that he said throughout his testimony, what he told Congress, what he also told the Senate, and when you look at that and you compare it with when he said it, why he said it, you start to get a clearer picture. So the clearer picture of all of it is this. He is assuming, because of his position at the bank, at Citadel, they're not going to touch him because he is the leading market maker for retail. And his primary objective, and probably his primary job, is to keep you divided. Because if he divides you into your lanes, here's AMC to the left, GME to the right, MMTLP, you get the dunce capping in the corner. It's easier to knock out one leg of the tripod. It's impossible to do it when there's three. That is one of the oldest tricks on Wall Street. Is making you think you're inferior, that you don't understand. Correct. And so when you are sitting there and you're trying to figure out stuff, literally, breadcrumbs can get you where you need to go. The hardest part about going over all this information is understanding what is right to what is more right. Because it's never about who was right. It's about who's more right. Now you have to prove the one up. Because they're going to do everything to make you move one down. Which brings you to another example in all this. Matt, I know you know him, but Corey with a K. He's the perfect example. I understand that, but perfect example of you getting too close. And what the extent they would do to discredit you. He is a perfect example. He was tied up in court cases for fucking years. He did nothing. Nothing. ridiculed, harassed, thrown in court case after court case after court case. I mean, wow. But we press on. But he's a perfect example. If you guys ever talk to him, one, tell him I say hello. But two, just honestly listen to his story because it is very, very informative. And what you will learn from it. No. Yeah, he'll tell it to you, but there's two different versions of the story. The big version is the one you want to hear because that explains a lot. So when you're looking at this, and if they try to put you in a lane, so some of this lane is right here, is things have to be or have enough to trigger a full forensic review of how retail orders, short exposure, clearing collateral, securities lending, options hedging, and settlement obligations collide. Instead of the public got the usual magic trick, nothing to see here, everything worked as designed. Well, if it was the design, then maybe the design is the crime scene. Because a real market does not get to call it an official explanation when it hides behind collateral, risk fees, unsettled trades, clearing deposits, order routing, and who had to post what by sunrise. That's another aspect of it, but when you're looking at all of it, it's the majority of what you're trying to find are those phrases. So go ahead. At the time. Yeah, at the time. That's what they had. But that's the biggest issue, is that you're getting one thing sentences. Like, here's one thing, which is clearing deposits. That's one thing. Order routing, that's one thing. So when you go and search for something, and Matt, I'm going to use you as my guinea pig. You're going online, you're searching for something. Are you going to type a couple of words? Are you going to type a sentence? Or are you going to type in a very descriptive answer to try and find exactly what you're looking for? Okay. I'm going to give you the best way to go ahead and actually do a forensic audit on certain things. So while we're looking for the machine and what it was calculating, which was collateral, risk fees, unsettled trades, clearing deposits, order routing, and who had to post what by sunrise. What you want to do is there is certain things that you can look at. I highly recommend that you don't use Googie or Google. And I will first recommend that you use Revolt. Revolt is exactly like Google, but for offshore things. This is the stuff that you're not supposed to find, but you can find it. Revolt. That's one aspect of it. You want to actually type in a phrase. Don't be descriptive, because when you're descriptive, it's going to look at other descriptions within your description that it's going to look for. Because it could think that you're looking for one aspect, but you also described this, this, and this, which may not be the true definition of that, or it could be. It's always easier, healthier, and you normally get a better response and a better response rate based upon a phrase. When I say a phrase, you're looking at 4 to 5 words at most. Mm-hmm. Correct. And so what he's that say what you're referring to now, because that's the difference of when you can say it and when you can't. You can say it now because I already heard it click. You could say what you were going to say because you didn't say it all the way through. There's a click when you say something like that. That's why I said the click already happened. You could tell it. So you want to go ahead and say what it is. That's why I said revolt when I said it. That's your offsite non-entity like Google that can go ahead and track where you're searching, what you're searching, how you're searching for it. That's your black book, is Revolt. I'm telling you that now. But always look for a phrase. A phrase is 4 to 5 words. Don't look for descriptive answers, because a description can describe more than one thing. And that's specific when you're going to look for exact data arguments, which is what your counterparty, shills, contractual employees, even people that are within the community that think they know everything, this is how they argue. It's funny. To me, it's funny. But that's how they argue. This is their first prerogative, is always to discredit. They're going to go at you first. They're going to try and swipe your leg. Whatever you put out, make sure it's concrete, because if they get one swoop, you're done. So, Matt, I want you to go ahead, because how I'm breaking this down is forensically. So we're reviewing retail orders, and I know the one person who's talked about this the most within the AMC's community, and that's Tony De Niro. But a review of how retail orders short exposure, clearing collateral, securities lending, option hedging, and settlement obligations. How would they collide? And how could somebody go ahead and actually try and get over on, where I'm going to say you, because you understand how market plumbing works. So explain the market plumbing, for example, and explain. Mm-hmm. Correct. But thank you. Just a simple explanation and an understanding of that you can now argue it, but you can argue it based upon certain things that he said. Now, the small phrases that he described is what you want to look for. That's how you argue. That's how you documentate. That's how you go ahead and teach. It's easier for you to go ahead and actually look for little phrases rather than large descriptions. And that's how you're going to argue the rest of this. Now, here's what Andrew left and the security fraud conviction and why it gives a short side narrative and why you have Gasparino, why you have Andrew left, why you have Ken Griffin, so on and so forth, Doug Sifu, and his problems that he's now facing with Virtu. When I thought he was retired. Nope, Krabby Patty is back. And that's all because of short and distort. That's the primary reason. So when you get let's just say, an ass bag like Ken Griffin, because I'll come out and say it that way. I mean, please. He bought the Museum of Science and Industry here in Chicago. It's now called the Ken Griffin Museum of Science and Industry. I won't step a foot in there because of that name. Anywho, they're sitting here and they're going and using these short and distort orders, and this is to contradict what you already know. Now, one of the things that you can always utilize, and this is to gather information, this is to go ahead and actually source through facts, and at the same time, make your argument concrete. If you've ever looked at this is a huge legal index. You could find anything on here. It is called PACER. If you have a membership to it, you are a good friend to have. You can get any legal order. You can get any type of, court demand. Everything that, Matt, you've seen so far with MMTLP, a lot of that came from PACER, because that has every single court filing that you could ask for in every single state. It is the 110% legal, 100% positive, and 100% factual. They can't discredit you at all. You will be bored to sin unless you find legal documents fun. If it's written down, it's legal. Hence, why you never write anything down or email it to anybody. Mm-hmm. That trading desk exposure of 2.5 million shares sold over the float should never have leaked ever. No. Never. 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 That was lucky. I'm telling you right. I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. I can guarantee. Oh, yeah. Pressure is the worst thing that anybody could ever have. Pressure. If pressure doesn't scare you, then you have ice in your veins. I will promise you. Pressure doesn't bother me at all. I don't care. I really don't. And I'll sit there and I will stare at you right in the face and I will not move an inch. Especially if I know I'm right. I will. Mm-hmm. Hey, that was the creative writing department. The creative writing department. Or selective accounting. However you want to look at it. I will tell you this right now. And I can guarantee you 125%. I'm going to go big bold right now. If there wasn't anything to be scared of in that Bartlett warehouse, it would not have caught on fire. You would have not gotten a bullshit report by that fire marshal that said a legal shelf that's steel that holds legal boxes of paper that are probably 125 to 150 pounds each box. And this thing was stacked from floor to ceiling on those shelves. And you're telling me a steel shelf jumped and knocked out a sprinkler system while having a couple 1,000 pounds worth of legal boxes full of paper. Hmm. Did you know they all went out of business? Public storage. Public storage. public storage. You poof. I mean, literal poof. And but that's what I'm saying. If there wasn't a problem, they wouldn't be there. And if you noticed, there are only a select few people that were talking about that specifically. A select few. And one of them got loud. But that is my point, is that the loudest person in the room is normally the most guilty. Mm-hmm. Did it did it did it collapse? Did iron that is not pliable or melt, really? Because doesn't it melt off of magnesium? Like, how does it fall? How does it fall? I mean, how do you fall straight down? If you get hit, I was just trying to make it fun. No shit. No, I'm just saying no shit. I'm saying, like, no shit. Do you know why? Probably because it has those documents in there. Does that surprise you? No, the government would never do anything wrong. No, no. They're outstanding citizens. I know you go on Twitter, you see this all the time. Here's somebody that's being patriotic. Kudos to them that they believe in that. From the bottom of my heart, I truly am appreciative that he's like that. But there comes a point where you can either be naive or just downright dumb from being that way. Like, I listen to, I do listen to every part of an argument. And especially when it comes to, like, us, when we've had, oh, hey, we're going to, this shows are going to talk about this, and then these people are going to talk about this, and then this group is going to talk about this. My dad always said, you listen to everything. Why? Because he might make a point, but he might discredit a point, but that discredit doesn't sound as right as the point. And by listening to all speculations across the board, you can actually understand to what your enemy is actually talking about. The one thing that shills and those type of people that are hired contract employees of these establishments, the one thing they will never let you do is talk. Number one, most taught thing in tricking financial or retail traders. And that is to be louder than you. Because if you can't get your point across, or you can't explain why you're saying that, you are automatically a threat. Specifically to a short and distort crew. You are the most dangerous aspect of that. Why? Because if you can prove, they will never give you the opportunity to talk. Ever. Matt, how many times have you been in a short room? No, you used to do it all the time. I know that. But, like, I'm saying, like, when you were doing that all the time, how many times would they actually let you talk? But the main reason you did it is just to explain why you were right and why they were wrong. But of course. That's so when you're digging and you're going ahead and we're talking about, let's just say, synthetic exposure, because that is rampant across AMC. It's rampant across GME. And this is that pressure that I talked about in the beginning of the show, and all that accumulation that AMC has that's behind it. That is your synthetic exposure, folks. That is that. From charting, which, like I told you, is a horoscope for men. I don't care if you do it. I really don't. You're going to listen to me make fun of it just because that's who I am. And regardless, we can both agree, even if I'm not going to sit there and listen to your hammer and nail and tooth and common or whatever you want to call it, you could still see certain patterns as long as you're looking at the same thing. And if you are looking out, so that means look not 2 feet in front of, like a foot in front of you, why don't you just look backwards? Just move back a little bit. It all of a sudden it opens your eyes to what is actually there. The I mean, we're okay. But so now I really do hate looking through filings, like especially the SEC filings, because they leave you very, 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 very little. And the reason why they give you next to nothing is they have lobbyists too, most of which are in the Senate and Congress. And that's how they're directed to what they can and what they can't look for. Thank you. As long as I didn't say it, that's fine. Here's the bigger issue. And this is one of the biggest issues that you, as an AMC investor, a GME investor, anybody who had Ape, should have the biggest qualm about. And that is FTX and CM equities. Just those two. Paradigm and Citadel. That is a very, 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 very important connection. I'm going to give you the why now. Because the why is what matters. Correct. But I'm going to give you a, how about this? I'm going to give you a list. Because I like playing, if you find it, this is over. I'm not going to sit there and give you guys the list. I'm going to say it out loud. But you should write it down. If any of this stuff is obtained based upon this report, because I've gone through everything with a fine-tooth comb. Everything. Matt can vouch for that. Yeah. I have literally gone through everything. I know it's out there. I know there are certain people that do have this. There are people in the AMC community. I know there's some people in the GME community that do have some of these specific docs. And what these tie into. And I'm going to go over that with you as soon as I can get my mouse to stop rolling. I don't know why it's doing this all of a sudden. But like the rolly in the middle of your mouse, that thing just keeps on spinning. So it keeps on moving my mouse everywhere all over the fucking screen. And it is so annoying. It really is. Okay. So I'm getting there. I'm almost there. Where is this? Okay. FTDs are the smoke. Swaps are the hidden basement. Tokenized stocks are the side door. Clearing calls are the fire alarm. And retail is the only group being told not to smell anything. That is the point of this entire section. And that is, January showed the pipes that could crack. Archegos showed synthetic exposure. Could hide behind bank contracts. FTX showed stock-like claims could be wrapped into tokens and collateral agreements. BIS showed the broader financial system already lived with off-balance sheet blind spots. AMC FTDs showed settlement stress keeps showing up, and June 21 is the gap that still demands sunlight, because June happened after Wall Street already knew the machine could break. Here's the part that matters for you and for you to try and find. FTX showed stock-like claims could be wrapped into tokens and collateral agreements. There are collateral agreements that bind FTX, AMC, FTX, Ape, APE, FTX, and GME, FTX. If any of those specific AMC, Ape, FTX, GME, FTX exist, if they are found anywhere, if they are in, this can be offshore now, if they were a part of the Brazilian trading floor, where I believe, Matt, was it 8 trillion? AMC I think it was 8 trillion AMC tokens. January 28th. Yes. So January. Correct. So what you were looking for, and here's how you would find it. You've heard me talk about QSIPs. You've heard me talk about Fiji numbers. You've heard me talk about Ethereum backed. You're looking for a Fiji number that's backed by Ethereum and is titled those 3 names that I gave you. AMC, Ape, GME, FTX. Any one of the 3, the game is done. Period. Done. You could walk right into a courtroom and they would have to prosecute right then and there. Because what that shows is the stock-like claim and how it can be wrapped, tokenized, and collateralized into an agreement that is then offshored out of U.S. jurisdiction of the SEC. Correct. Correct. So, specifics, that's why I had to be as specific, and that's why I had to find the actual bankruptcy docs that claimed, tied, Paradigm, Circle, FTX, and Binance. They are out there. The minute you find them, the minute this game is over with. You're not waiting for another day. You wouldn't wait an hour. But let's just say you might get somebody coming to you. I know that. I've been in that road. That's not a good road. I'm telling you that now. It sucks because nothing legal is going to help you. Let's be honest here. If they are going to torch a Bartlett documentation office, torch. Tell me that there wasn't something important in there. Guarantee no one can. Oh, I know it's safe. I know it's safe in that office building. Don't you worry. It has all the locks and everything else that's on there. Can it prevent fires? Uh-oh. I didn't think of that. I gotta call my clients and tell them how sorry I am. I guarantee you people lost millions that day. I am gonna look. I want to look. Okay. Where I am actually am I getting closer? Hold on. Okay. I have to read this, and I'm going to read this in a way that kind of, it's weird, but it has to be read this way. So you understand. Right there. So A settlement can close a claim without closing the truth. A release can end litigation without giving investors the full custody trail. And a token can trade under a stock-like name without proving it was backed by a stock. Well, James, you said that, Brett Harrison said that everything was backed 1-to-1. Sam Bankman-Fried also said everything was backed 1-for-1. I understand that. Understand that a token can trade under a stock-like name. So, hence, AMC 1. AMC 22. Remember, like name, without proving it is backed by a stock. So, what specifics of this is read like this. Confirmed tokenized stock collateral agreements exist. CM Equities, FTX Europe, and Binance were part of that legal trail. Collateral transfers under tokenized stock agreements triggered a $65 million dispute. CM Equities filed a $65 million claim against FTX Europe. Settlement structure allowed related claims to be released and Binance to receive a $50 million allowed insurance claim. Court filings alone that tokenized AMC or GME was used as a naked short locate, or that every token was unbacked. I'm going to read that one more time. Court filing alone that tokenized AMC, GME was used as a naked short locate, or that every token was unbacked. There are specifics within that statement that I said. I have to say it to you that way. Break it down, reword it, you get an answer. It has to be read that way. Correct. But it has to be read that way. Reason why it has to be read that way is because it has to be answered that way. You now you have a list. Now you have an understanding. Now you understand what can end this. You can now understand what you can look for, how to look for it, and what can get you to the finish line. This thing is ending one way or another. I think it's personal. If you want my personal opinion on this, and I know some of you have asked me, I don't like giving dates. I've never given you guys a date. I will give you ranges of when this can happen, but I can't account for crime. I've always told you that. Because one thing can change, and that changes my range very, very fast. Because it also depends on one simple thing also. Is there a 3-day weekend associated within that range? Wall Street loves 3-day weekends. All of their creativity comes out during them. And they never have to answer for it because nobody's there to give them a question. And that's why they love it. So, correct. So, but there's also rule changes that were all associated with that. There always are. Everything always happens on a 3-day weekend. And the biggest crime always happens on a 3 or 4-day weekend. What I do believe is that the negative carry trade is the mechanism that's going to get us where we want to go. Our government cannot afford any one of these countries, Japan, China, to go ahead and release our treasuries into the open market. If they do, we are fucked. And I don't mean, I'm not talking about like a Scott Bassett, like, we'll be okay. This is a gentle breeze. We're landing on sand. Do me a favor, watch an airplane try to land on sand. You will never laugh harder. I cried. Because that shit is hilarious. Sure. Sure, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, listen, it's that's the easiest way for you guys to honestly understand why I'm saying how I'm saying why I'm saying. Japan has to dump our treasuries. They have to. I don't give a shit if they're our ally or not. There is no friends in money. There isn't. When it comes to money, whoever can come up with the most of it normally wins the game. That's how they all are. So when it comes to a government that does not produce their own oil in country, where they have to go ahead and outsource that for 90% of it, and they have to go ahead and actually figure out how they're going to, stabilize their economy, there's only one outcome. And that's dumping our treasuries. And they own the most of any other country. They own our... It's the same time the negative carry trade has been accumulating. 30 years, 40 years. Same time frame. Same time period that zero interest rates were actually a thing. Or negative. It's free. Borrow what you like. Please, come take. That is the biggest thing that's going to make everything explode. Because it not only does it completely ruin the United States government, all those asset bubbles, which there are a lot of them, NVIDIA being strong on that bubble list, that fallout, oh my God. I think I counted 4 splits for NVIDIA so far. Can you imagine the unwind of that, Matt? Holy shit. There's going to be people that are hanging themselves over that. Oh my God. Over an 8-cent chip. Costs 8 cents to make. It's wild. Fucking wild. I mean, that is wild. To even conceptualize. That is crazy and shouldn't happen. Like, at all. It drives me nuts. It really does. And I want this over with as much as you guys. I really do. I can't, as much as I do love finance. I really do. It is so interesting to me because there's always a wraparound. There's always a way to work something. There's always a way to figure out how you're deficient, how you can go ahead and balance it, how you can go ahead and come up on top. There's always a way for you to get in. There's always a way for you to get out. If you understand that and the mechanics behind it and how you can go into a trade and get out of a trade, that does not make you a day trader. That makes you an investor. That makes you a smart investor. And that means you are dangerous. Matt, there's no way 6 months ago you were doing what you were doing with options. No way. And 6 months ago, could you have done what you've been doing recently in your options trading? Do you understand but you understand it. Now you're in a position where you can see it. It's but you understand how the market, you understand how to get in, how to get out, how to go ahead and utilize your collateral and what you can utilize from a bid side. Yeah, but a bid side buy, how to call it, where you can go ahead and actually turn a profit. Hmm. There's a lot of things that are very, very interesting, and that's why I love finance. I generally love it, and I'm always learning something new every day. And the reason why I'm learning something new every day when it comes to it is because honestly, when you think about it, you were never taught this shit in school. You were never taught how the stock market works. You never taught any of this. And honestly, George Carlin was 100% correct. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to be smart. Fuck that. They want you to work. They want you to be confident. They want you to understand that you have to be within the rails and you have to understand how you can be a better worker and be better at what you can do and what you can provide to them. Not how you can grow, not how you can make money, not how you can understand how money works. Because that makes you dangerous. That makes you understand the game. And once you understand the game, now you can start teaching other people how the game is played. And that's what they don't want you to ever know. I know that's why I love doing what I do. I love doing this, Matt. Me and you doing this right now couldn't be happier. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you're growing at the same time. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's what makes this fun, folks, is once you understand. I don't like teaching options. I really don't. And the only reason I don't like doing it is because people have a problem when it goes ahead and you speak the truth about something, and then afterwards you try to apply those teachings, and it's not that you did anything wrong, it's where conviction meets Wall Street. And it's your guess on what plays you should play. Going to be different than I do it. Correct. Because, oh yeah, I mean, it would implode. It, I don't like teaching it because, and like, even when I was in the industry, I can tell you right now, like, people would ask me about options and like what plays they would do, and like they would try to apply it, and then if it was wrong or they didn't know how or what they were doing, I always got the shit end of the stick. Correct. I would always get the shit end of the stick. That's the reason why. No more. No thanks. It's just not. To me, I'm not gonna put myself in a position to basically get yelled at. I'm not. I'm just not gonna do it. There's no reason. If you guys want to learn how to play options, one, understand your ins and outs of the market, how to go get into a trade, how to get out of a trade. That's first and foremost. If you can understand that, you can understand options. Period. Understand this. There's the same amount of winners and losers per every single trade. It doesn't matter if you were right one or you were wrong another. There always are going to be the exact same number of winners and losers, no matter how you look at it. That is not a joke. That is not a fabrication. That is the God's honest truth in everything that we do. And that is a really hard concept for people to understand. So if you are going to play, have your basic understandings when it comes to options. Oh yeah, you're gonna lose your ass. Just make sure you don't lose your ass bad. My worst loss playing options was $46,000, and I lost it in an hour. I had bad information. I was cocky. That was a whoopsie on me. Oh well. At the time I had money I could blow on it. Great. Whatever. I learned real fast. I can tell you that right now. I learned real fast. So, like I said, just take it as a grain of salt. Do what you can do. Learn your game, learn your craft. Honestly, the greatest thing that you can do, especially right now, because honestly, we're really just waiting for shit to happen. That's where we're at right now. It's not glitz and glamour. It's not going ahead and, oh man, we found the silver snake that's going to go ahead and kill the vampire. It doesn't happen. We're throwing you breadcrumbs. We're looking for breadcrumbs. We're trying to get us all in front of the same finish line that everybody else is trying to find. I know we're on the right path. I know you're not going to sit there and watch technical analysis to get your answer. I know you're not going to sit there and look at, oh, hey, I'm going to buy options at $1.50 strikes. Like some YouTubers saying. It's about time that we wake up and start fighting this war together. And it's not about listening to the unmasked investor that says, oh, this chart looks very interesting. Let's look at this. That is not going to get you to the finish line. And it's designed to do that. So let's do, honestly, we can learn a lot from other tickers. I know that I've been going into a couple of MMTLP rooms recently. Are they the smartest when it comes to market structure, with market mechanics? Absolutely not. I get really frustrated. Matt has heard me yell because I just think they're dumb. Yeah, I'm done. Bye. Like, I mean, this is just dumb. But the nuggets that you get off of that, that was the reason why we got as far as we did. Off of one document. Because I thought outside the box and said, hey, if they got this, there has to be something with AMC and GME, or there has to be something with just specifically AMC and Ape. And that's why I started searching that way. The alternative way of looking. Do you know what? That's one of my. So I love the movie War Dogs. That is a great movie. It really is. My favorite part in that movie is breadcrumbs can lead you to the entire pie. And that is so true. Oh my God, is that true? Now I want you to think about one more thing, too. Is that how did a 21 and a 23-year-old were able to defraud the federal government the way they did? While still being able to be a procurement and selling arms again in 2021. They were able to actually get their license again in 2021. That is baffling to me. But it still is. Do you know what do you know what's insane? Is that he learned directly from Ken Griffin, and yet why is not Ken Griffin in some form of questioning? Answer me that. A bunch. And yet, no one does anything. Can you say somebody is protected? Please? That's how I look at it. No. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You could say that for sure. Of course she is. But that's the point. How are they able to do it? And the point is that there's somebody that's protecting them. And it has to be from above. Because they don't. It's a big leverage. Bigger leverage. I was joking, man, but it's funny. What's a word for leverage? Bigger leverage. I know, synthetic. It's just funny. They are the same thing. There's nothing that changes. Didn't I just say it was bigger leverage? So and around and around and around we go. We're not going to stop anytime soon. Guys, it's 11:30. No. I need a 5x my pillow. Is what I want to do, but and I don't want any more leverage on my pillow. You know, I don't, dude. I am tired though. I'm not gonna lie, I am really tired. But guys, honestly, you can make a difference in this world. You really can, and especially from a financial aspect, and for the people that are in this community, just be better, do better. Can I play a bed game? Next week. You're looking at the ultimate liquidity machine. The literal ultimate liquidity machine is SpaceX. I mean, I don't even know what the magical number they're going to get off of that thing. Yeah, dude, it could be $10 trillion. It could be 30 trillion. I don't know. Hundred times. 100. 100x. 100x. Seriously, 100x. And I'm not imagining. For the type of liquidity that they need, 100x. Because the math lines up. If you took every single problem right now that is within the market structure that we have, AMC, GME, they're up there. Okay, there's two. Now, MMTLP, that's another lane. That's another problem that they have to get off their books. What else do they have to get off their books? There's more. Let's just think about some of them. Okay, you have Tesla's and Tesla's. Well, see, and that's the hardest thing to gauge because they have that infinity squeeze. They haven't paid for that yet. You're gonna create SpaceX to basically, yeah. That's why I'm saying Why do you think that they've been talking about a merger between SpaceX and Tesla? Because they don't have an option not to do it. That would automatically make $17 trillion. He'd be Willy fucking Wonka and dancing with the Oompa Loompas. He'd be taking midgets and throwing them at dartboards. For fun. Not fun bucks. For fun. That man could do whatever the hell he wanted. No matter what. And no one... He could buy the world. Realistically. Because no one's going to have anything close to the type of money he will have. And no offense, Elon is not a genius. I mean, there's documented proof that he stole from Nikola Tesla. It's all over everywhere. Nikola Tesla was a genius. But all he did was take the concepts and apply them. And that's why, hence, where he's at. I mean, but... okay. If you're asking that question, I'm going to ask one question. How does he come even close to getting SpaceX actually done? And in the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 in 5 days. But you're talking about, okay, here's an indexing rule for everybody. And this is for the S&P 500. You have to have one positive quarter, 3 consecutive positive earning quarters before you can even be looked at for inclusion. Correct. Before you can even be looked at being included into the S&P 500. And that's looked at. Not anything else, just looked at. They don't have to include you. It means nothing if you're up for inclusion. The only way you're invited to the club is if you're going to dance. Yeah, but if you're going to dance like the way fucking Elon's dancing, he's dancing like his feet are on fire. And I wonder if it's through his material friendship with Trump and stuff that got him into the seat where he can go ahead and be, where he could be included into where he's at now. Because that's the only explanation of how he would get there. Only one. Mm-hmm. The mail? The mail or who? Or Theo? Say that name one more time. Sorry. Oh, okay. No, you're talking about fucking 70s, 80s, 90s. Some of those dealings, and especially with the there's two. I know there's two off the top of my head. One was with Richard Daley Sr., not Jr., Richard Daley Sr. And the only other one that I could possibly think of off of the top of my head, it was criminal. It was with a gangster. I want to say it's Capone. I know there was one dealing with Capone that guy springboarded him into the position that he has. I don't remember what specifically. I don't know which one specifically. I don't. Off the top of my head, I don't. But there is a foundation that was laid based upon that. It actually has to deal with there's two pieces of property, and then actually it originally started the financial dealings behind your parking meters. You're like, what? Yeah, like how much government officials can actually gain or profit off of parking meters. Could you imagine being able to pocket fucking 50 cents a car for every single car that parks? Holy Jesus. And especially if you're in a populated area. I like the quack, even though I don't have the squirrel right now. Squirrel! Was that you quacking, though? I was about to say, I'm like, it was chaotic in here? Did her duck start quacking? For a second, I didn't know. Anywho, I'm ready for bed. I am not fanny pack. I don't wear a fanny pack. I actually made fun of the fanny pack. Do you know what I did find though? And I've been looking for this one for a while for just simply because. So I think I'm gonna do that. I'm giving Joker Ape a break. Bear with me.
Your new life will cost you your old life. That is the deal. No negotiations, no refunds, no turning back. You say you want change? Then you better be ready to kill the old version of yourself. That weak, undisciplined, excuse-making coward that's been holding you back. He's gotta die. The person you were yesterday is the biggest threat to the person you're trying to become. You can't carry him.
Vector!
You see? I see.
You see.
You're Yoshi. Yeah, you guys are going out with Vector tonight because I want Joker Ape to smash some fanny pack. That's what I want right now. Just for fun. Because I think it would be hilarious.
Absolutely.
So, anywho, before I go, I'm just going to say thank you all for coming. Thank you all for wanting to learn. I am going to tell you that, listen, do better by somebody else. Always do that. Don't ever stop helping others, honestly. Because you all are there for a common goal. You all want to win. And then not just the financial game of life, but you really are just trying to make your life, make your generation's life easier. And honestly, make everybody better around you. That's why I'm here. I want all of us to actually reach that goal that you've wanted to reach, that wanted to change how this whole thing works. Because honestly, this whole thing sucks. And I'm sick of being lied to. And I'm sick of listening to somebody that wants to just, well, I'm going to give you some bullshit about this, and then I'm going to tell you some bullshit about that, and then, I'm going to have you looking at 6 different spots. Just lay it out on the fucking table and let it be done. If it's good, great. If it's bad, I could deal with it, and I'll learn later. But you don't have to lie. Let's just be honest with one another and just tell us what situation we're in. Because that's the only way that we can be better as people. And that's the only way that we can learn from our mistakes. So with that, Matt, as always, thank you, my friend. I'm happy that you sound great as well. You were worried about it before, but you actually, you know what? You sound great too. We both sound great. And now everything is finally fixed. So enjoy your weekend. Be safe. Have fun. Enjoy the time with family. And go watch Joker Ape punch a doll that's wearing a fanny pack that says Matt Core's dumb line. I'm around if you ever need anything.
Vector!
You see? I see.
You see.
Stop. Something's wrong. Heck, he's in me. Where are you? He's here. This you isn't real. John! Oh, be free!
You don't get to be his puppet.
Fight me, not him. I can't. Obey. Cut the head off of the snake. You don't control me. Obey. Matt! Fight it! Obey! You can't stop this! I'm not fighting him. I'm fighting you. Obey! He's still there. Then we finish it. He's still in my head. Then we end it.
Miss me?
Yeah, something like that. Stay sharp. I'm good.
Good. Let's break something.
Stay sharp. Obey! Not happening.
He's not slowing down!
Obey!
He's fast!
Stay on him. No. Obey.
Finish it!
Obey! You done. To the cage.